There we go. Good morning. I'm getting Starfield set up and hope you're doing good, happy people out there in Twitchland. So let's see, as I'm getting the TV itself set up. Let me dim that a little bit. I've got my browser coming up as well. It's just being a little bit slow. We just tilt that slightly. And it is a rainy day where I am. If you're at all curious. Oh boy. We've had a lot of rain. Lots and lots of rain. Let's see, as I'm getting my browser set up, it's a little after 10. Let's see. What cool things can I do while I'm waiting for this browser to catch up and making sure the dashboard works? Well, let me see. What have I got that could be cool? Can I put it that way? Maybe. Not sure yet. We'll see. At some point, let's see. The browser is coming up. It's just being a little bit slow. It's doing the spinny thing. And just to keep a little bit of the humor going there, there we go. The browser is there. I do have to check a few things. I've heard that there may be a Green Lantern movie at some point in the future. I'm looking forward to that as, let's see. I do have one of these rings for the Green Lanterns. That was part of a promotional that they did a while ago. That also included some of the other rings, like this one for Hope. Or the good old Yellow Lantern rings. I think it's that way. Because the Yellow Lanterns use fear. When my great nieces come over to play, they love trying to wear all the rings at the same time. I'm only missing the Sapphire Star ring, though. Which is... I got it from my local... I got it from what was then my local comic shop. And a girl that worked there at the time took the one and only Star Sapphire ring that came with their set, with the free grab bag. So let's see. The individual who owned the comic shop has since passed away. They were pretty awesome. They were I knew them from my teen years forward. I still have some of my old comic collection remaining. I've been slowly selling it off to what is now my local comic shop. So, where we were last night, I started, I finished the main quest line for the universe that I was in. I'm now at level 77. So this is New Game Plus number 3. And my understanding, is that each New Game Plus, the enemies become a little bit stronger. Which definitely should be interesting. And I have chosen to also continue to have it where the main quest is available and is being done. Hmm. Let's see. There we go.
We've always considered ourselves explorers. This really is uncharted territory. I've been asking a few questions.
The magazine's not there this time. Interesting.
Better than the last time, huh? Lately, I find myself spending more and more time here. Business has appealed to me, but this is exciting. Well, I suppose calling you a rock breaker may have been a bit out of line.
Well, I've been called worse.
Still doesn't excuse it. My frustrations lie more with Barrett, not the first time his shenanigans have jeopardized one of our ventures. Not fair of me to take it out on you, especially since it would seem he made the right call this time. So, let's start over, shall we? Walter Stroud, CEO of Stroud Eklund, member of Constellation, and oft-times grumpy old man. Welcome aboard.
Glad to be here.
By the way, in addition to a place to stay, the Lodge has a wealth of modification and research equipment. Spacesuit customization, pharmaceutical manufacturing, testing alien substances, the whole thing. You can even fashion industrial pieces for large-scale projects, if you don't mind extracting a few raw resources from a nearby planet, that is. I'm a fan of self-reliance, so I encourage you to make use of the tools we have to build what you need.
So what's your role here in Constellation?
Me? Why, I'm the wallet. Someone has to fund all this, and all my success in business doesn't mean much if I can't put it to good use. I don't pretend to have the daring of Ms. Morph or the smarts of young Mateo, but I can make sure that they have the resources they need. And, as you've now seen, those resources aren't being wasted. We're onto something big here.
This isn't where I expected to find a CEO.
Funny thing about companies, you build one sturdy enough, it doesn't need you there all the time to prop it up. Stroud Eklund functions quite well on a day-to-day basis, leaving me time to devote to more esoteric pursuits. For years, I was captivated by the writings of Constellation's founder, Sebastian Banks. I finally decided to do something more than admire from a distance, and so now I call the Lodge home, as much as anywhere else.
So, do you think the vision I had means anything?
Up until very recently, I'd likely have dismissed it as, I don't know, hallucinations. But now, I'm not sure what to think. I don't suppose you have a history of this sort of thing, do you?
Do you mean have I seen something like this before?
This? Or anything else? You'll have to forgive me. I don't know you as well as the others here. If you weren't so new to the group, I might already know the answer.
Perfectly healthy as far as I can remember.
I'll take your word on that. I'm no scientist. I leave that to the likes of Barrett and young Noel there. But I think we can all agree there's something unusual going on here. Frankly, this is the most exciting thing that's happened in years.
So what kind of company is Stroud Eklund?
We're most well known for ship manufacturing. No expense spared. If you want the best and can afford it, you choose Stroud Eklund. Unfortunately, our success means you'll sometimes see Stroud Eklund ship modules on less than reputable vessels. They covet them. The bastards. I've tried to convince the United Colonies we can help in that regard, but they're married to Deimos Star Yards, and those old salts are stuck in the glory days.
Yeah, they definitely are.
Remember, you're representing all of us out there.
Let's see. So this, beyond having a new costume, or actually not new costume, but new outfit. This time out, I'm still a United Colonies native, and I still have the alien DNA. The alien DNA I am keeping throughout this with this character. I traded in the kid stuff for the dream home, so I have this luxury home that has a mortgage that has to be paid weekly.
I feel like I've been waiting my whole life for this. Constellation, the
Another round of
artifacts.
invoices coming in
That
soon.
doesn't sound crazy, does it?
It's almost as if you think I'm made.
Are you doing okay? I'm not sure anyone really asked yet. Don't want you to think we're focused on the artifacts and nothing else. You matter too. You've done something really significant bringing that artifact here. I'm Mateo, theological scholar by trade, but now, well, an explorer like you. It's really good to have you with us.
So these artifacts all come out of caves?
Second one was on Kazar, buried the same as the one you found. But the first one, right under our noses for years, sitting in storage, masquerading as an oversized paperweight. Can you imagine potentially the greatest discovery in human history collecting dust?
So, what do you make of the vision I saw?
I'm not gonna lie, I really wish I could have seen this for myself. It's hard to judge otherwise. Both you and Barrett saw something. I don't think that's a coincidence. Did it feel like it was trying to tell you something? I don't want to necessarily use the words divine revelation, but, you know, if the label fits.
Well, you think this has a religious... so you think this was a religious experience?
Not necessarily, no, but it does kind of have the hallmarks of one, doesn't it? I'm certainly not going to rule it out just yet.
I know it's important. I can feel it.
It has to be, right? All of this is connected. We just need to figure out how and why. We're going to get to the bottom of this. We just need more data, which means more artifacts.
So what brought you to Constellation?
Well, there was some overlap in interests. I'd spent years searching for religious relics from human history. I had made a really incredible discovery, only to lose it to a greedy corporation. So I tried to steal it back. In the process, I met Walter. Turned out he owned the corporation. After a long talk, we realized we had a lot in common, and I was invited to join Constellation.
Good to know.
Take care of yourself.
I've occasionally had my doubts about Constellation as an investment. But now, well, it's clearly money well spent.
That was intense, wasn't it? The artifacts, I mean. Sorry, this must all be a little overwhelming for you right now. I guess a lot overwhelming, now that I think about it. I'm Noelle. It's really nice to meet you. And thank you for bringing the artifact to us.
So how long have you been working on all this?
Well, Constellation's been around forever, more than 50 years now. But we only became aware of the artifacts recently. Barrett discovered the first one about 2 years ago, right under our noses. And he was the one who got this all in motion. It's a shame he isn't here to see this.
So the vision I saw, what do you think it was?
Oh, right, that. If we were approaching this rationally, I suppose we'd call them visual and auditory hallucinations. What you perceived as lights and music could be overloaded neural input. Your brain's attempt to make sense of something. Energy surge, some other phenomenon.
Well, whatever I saw and heard, it, well, so you're saying there's a reasonable explanation. But you also said Barrett saw something too.
He did. At the time, well, it's Barrett. We weren't sure if he was kidding around. Clearly, he wasn't.
So there is a reasonable explanation.
There might be a reasonable explanation. I wasn't there. I didn't see what you saw. I'm just not in a position to say for sure. That's okay. Now that this has happened to both you and Barrett, we can know to maybe expect it in the future. Be a little more prepared. We're all in this together now, right?
So I was wondering what other types of exploration work, or besides the artifact,
Of course. There's plenty of planets out there that no one has ever set foot on, and everything we learn about them is valuable. We have a board where we post anything specific we're looking for. A type of alien flora or fauna, or a planet with a specific quality, like if it's primed to have life but doesn't yet.
All right. And you seem to know a lot about these artifacts.
Oh gosh, no. I mean that's flattering, but really we're making this up as we go. Until you arrived, we only had the two, and the vaguest sense that there was something more at work. There's still so much we don't know, and that means a lot of work ahead of us.
So let me know if I can help you learn more.
Well, right now nothing's off the table. Metallurgical analysis, chemical composition. I'm looking at everything. One thing I'm really trying to improve is my overall database of xenobiology. I don't know if it will help in this case, but the more we know about, well, everything, the better off we are, right?
Yeah.
Speaking of, if you're going to be out there looking for more artifacts, you're bound to come across some interesting specimens. Anything organic, I'd be happy to take it off your hands.
Organic stuff. Got it.
There's a galaxy chock full of resources. The more data I have, the more thorough an analysis I can do. And if it sweetens the deal, I can pay. Pretty well, too. Walter's pockets may not be bottomless, but they are pretty deep.
So Sarah said something about a place for me to stay.
Planning on sticking around then?
Definitely.
Good. I think we can find a spot for you. And along the way, I can give you the very abbreviated tour. Right. So you've seen the library.
Uh-huh.
My wife and I have
Walter's quite proud of the collection, but
Apparently, I
Mateo
become
has
rather
made more
cranky
than a
when
few
I'm not able to
contributions.
participate in concerts.
Gardens are out the doors there, if you need a
It
moment
has
of
been
quiet.
determined that for the long-term
Emphasis on the quiet part.
relationship,
At least
I'm
usually.
better off
Let's head upstairs.
rather than singing.
Sebastian Banks, Constellation's founder, had this place built decades ago. It was a big to-do at the time, but most people in the city have forgotten we're here.
So, every single time that there's a new universe, there is the possibility of Constellation being different. Most of the time, it is this beginning. Most of the time. But there are occasions where it's different. And I'm looking forward to that. And there is no level cap.
So this is the bar. Usually no tender, so help yourself, within reason, of course. Now let's see about that room. You're in luck. We were almost at max occupancy already, but there's still one room up for grabs. It's been nice having the place so full.
Whew.
common room on one side, so that'll be quiet, and Mateo on the other side, so maybe a little less quiet. I'm sure Sarah has something planned for each of us, so I'd better get back to it. Don't want to keep her waiting too long. Enjoy!
Thanks. That always has the same effects. And it is better than my current armor, but I'm just... I'm going to keep with what I'm wearing. And nothing in the storage at present. But this would be my room. I'm going to do a brief sleep, which gives me... Oops, not over... That timber... So sleeping gives me, for the next 24 in-game hours, a 10% XP bonus. So much here. And all of this stuff does not reset. This is basically a record of this character. But I get different armor each time as well. And the color of the armor reflects who I sided with previously. Though I don't have to side with either if I don't want to. And that's almost there. Or that has a ways to go. Targeting low looks like it's good to go. And I feel like targeting goes well with the pistol. I did get a weapon. Really? Alright, I need to get a weapon I can actually utilize that's going to have decent ammo. And not just... They gave me a heavy weapon with massive explosions. Not helpful. You know, before I talk to her, let me check down here. Because there is the possibility... a rifle will help. But I want a pistol. So... And a bathroom, a lovely chair for that's there in storage. I noticed this... Well, it's a half bath, basically. It's got the necessary facilities, but nothing for a shower. Let's see. And I can't make those lamps yet. I'm looking forward to seeing if I ever will be able to. And that requires a master lock. Alright. Starborn Spacesuit Locus. Mystery Gravitas Suit. Yeah, there is quite the difference there, but... It's fine.
I am at your service. No additional protocols necessary. Also, given the likelihood that you will be out in unsettled space. It might be beneficial to go over exploration outpost development, in case you ever need to build a base for field research.
So, do you miss Barrett?
My primary function has been to support and protect Barrett during his travels. I am currently unable to do so. That is as capable as I can be of missing anyone. I believe Barrett would find your question amusing.
So, protecting Barrett must have been quite the challenge.
Barrett has, thus far, survived every mission on which we have embarked. It is therefore evident that my efforts have been successful. I suspect that Barrett would disagree with how necessary my intervention has been in any given situation.
How long have you been a part of Constellation?
I arrived along with many material goods purchased by the group's previous chair, Malcolm Livingstone. Despite several significant system replacements and upgrades, I have been online for 43 years.
That technically makes Vasco the oldest member of Constellation, I believe. So tell me about outpost development.
The exploration of an unknown planet can be a major undertaking. By building an outpost, you will be able to construct scanning equipment, resource extractors, and defenses. It is even possible to set up multiple outposts capable of manufacturing, allowing you to build advanced equipment.
So what kind of advanced structures could I build?
The scan booster is the most obvious, as it will enable you to detect landmarks and other points of interest from further away. Beyond that, extractors will allow you to collect raw materials of various types, while fabricators enable the manufacturing. A particularly prosperous outpost may even warrant the construction of cargo links, allowing you to share resources between other outposts you have built.
Now, it's worth noting the detection of stuff is different than the ability to scan them. The detection is further away. The scanning, I still have to increase the scanning ability. So how do I know if a planet has the resources I need?
A planetary scan will reveal the presence of key inorganic resources, although rarer elements will be harder to find without training. And while a scan may detect the presence of life on a planet, you will have to analyze the native plants and animals yourself to know what compounds they produce.
So sounds useful. I'll try the next time I touch down on a planet.
The blueprints you need to construct an outpost should already be on your watch. It will automatically connect to any available materials for construction in your ship's cargo.
So I could use you on my crew, Vasco.
Captain, I will proceed to my assigned post.
And we're going to put you there on the Starborn Guardian 3. And all of your stuff works here. Excellent. So, Sarah.
So, are you ready to get to work? Or was there something else?
No. So, how well known is Constellation?
I don't know what you've heard, but I can imagine. First of all, I think you can dismiss any stories about us no longer existing. I don't believe in smearing our name everywhere we can. Exploring the universe, charting the unknown, that's what counts. Besides, having a little mystery gives us room to maneuver. A fixed reputation could fence us in a lot of ways.
And what do you know about the artifacts?
Not much, but you've seen them for yourself. It doesn't take a lot to realize we're dealing with something extraordinary. Just what that is, we'll have to figure out. It's what we do.
So, I've heard the stories, but why don't you tell me from your viewpoint what is Constellation and what you do?
We're explorers. Humanity has always hunted for knowledge in the unknown. We just take that a little more seriously than others. We were founded decades ago by a man named Sebastian Banks. He wanted a small group of people from all corners of the settled systems dedicated to the biggest question of all. What's out there? These artifacts could be everything we've been looking for. Another great secret the universe is asking us to unravel.
Alright. I'm ready to go.
We're going to be doing some old-fashioned detective work. The artifacts are relatively inert once they're out of bedrock. That means people can pass them around, not even knowing what they are. I've been letting my contacts know to be on the lookout for strange metal objects. Get back a lot of noise, usually. But a tip from the UC Vanguard sounds promising.
So other people have artifacts.
We have to assume that we're not the only ones to have stumbled into this mystery. But most people aren't going into space looking for the unknown. They're looking for places to settle, resource to extract, territory to defend. An odd-looking rock or a single strange hunk of metal wouldn't mean much to them. That's why Constellation exists, in a way, to put pieces like this together.
Have to admit, I am excited for my first mission.
Felt the same way when I started too. There's an electricity in the air when you know you're about to uncover something. But it's not just that. I want to take this opportunity to see how you handle yourself, and for you to learn more about us. I'm going to be sticking with you for this. We'll be traveling together until we either find an artifact or this lead runs dry.
Oh, excellent, excellent. And I'm being asked a question. I just saw it. He asked it yesterday afternoon. It is a... Oh, here it was. My old GM, I gave a suggestion for the game that he is currently running. A little possible side thing that he could do. And...
Is there something wrong?
No, got it.
We'll need to head to Mast. Check in with the Vanguard recruiting office where my contact works. And listen, whatever you were before, or whatever you do once you're out there, I don't care. So long as you don't bring UC security to our doorstep. Every member of Constellation is their own conscience. Understood?
Understood.
Good. Let's take a little stroll through New Atlantis, shall we?
Alright, let me pause this for a second. She's just joined me. They're running a game that is going to be. They're running a Dungeons and Dragons game that is going to be at some point in Ravenloft, and I know that sometimes he enjoys some side stuff. So I gave a suggestion for a possible side quest, that, along with some page references. Oh, wait a minute. Is that wrong page number there? There it goes. Along with a page number reference for a domain that I thought could be used for a small side excursion, as well as the second one that depending on that's is similar in size and scope, but it's just but a different tone, depending on if he was aiming at more horror or a wide variety of things or more humor. All possibilities. Alright. So I need to get a few things. Yeah, I only have a few rounds. I know that shots I won't really need here. Heading back over there. But there's that main quest, and she's got a thing, which is the first part of it. But since we are here, and we're going through, let's chat with the guy, briefly to the guy here at the tree.
It's amazing to think that this tree predates New Atlantis.
I'm sorry, I
Can you
really
imagine
can't
all
afford to
the
be
changes
distracted.
it's seen?
I need to get to the bottom of this.
Is something wrong? You sound concerned.
Yes, concerned is an understatement. I work for the scientific division of MAST. I've been studying this tree for quite some time, and it appears to be exhibiting some worrying signs. Are you familiar with this particular specimen? Do you understand its importance?
I've passed by this particular tree many times, and honestly, I never gave it a second thought. Does it hold some sort of special significance?
Finally, somebody understands. Unless, wait, you're not mocking me, right? People. Ugh. Look, I have a lot of work to do here. If you're just going to gawk, I'd ask that you move on. If you can actually assist me, however, I would appreciate it. I don't normally solicit help from random passersby, but it seems an exception is necessary. Would you be willing to retrieve some additional data for me?
I'd love to help.
Well, thank you. That's unexpected. There's a series of biosensors I've placed in various locations around New Atlantis, all calibrated to gather pertinent information. They've been running for long enough that I think it's time to collect and analyze their findings. If you would bring them to me, that would save time.
You need to collect John Turala in Last.
Well, let me get. Okay, we'll talk to your guy. Let me help him with the tree thing real fast, and then we'll go to Mast. The tree thing is actually surprisingly important.
Working at the distribution center can be tiring.
And where this sensor is actually, I think, different than it was before. Yeah. So there's a few different spots that some of these sensors can be at.
The well's been having brownouts all the time. Mast
And this is the outskirts of town. It's quite literally a follow that path and you're out that little bit, and this is really literally the outskirts of town. Oof. And there's a gun shop over here I believe I want to stop at also.
I just think I need to go all in. I don't want to waste my time struggling to get to middle management.
You might want to rethink that.
The side conversations are definitely entertaining. Hello.
You're here because you need something you can connect with, something you can count on. Am I right?
And you've got it.
Welcome to Centurion Arsenal. It is my absolute pleasure to assist you with any purchases or questions you may have. All sales are final, but that won't matter because you will undoubtedly be pleased with your purchase. You have my word.
So let's see what you have for, or what would you recommend?
Well, that's not a simple question, is it? It all depends on who's asking. I have my own personal favorites, but I wouldn't presume to know yours. Tell me, were you to find yourself in the unfortunate position of needing to use a weapon, what suits you best? Something up close and personal? Rapid fire? Is precision a consideration?
Definitely up close and personal.
Then might I suggest taking a closer look at some of our bladed options? Quiet, discreet, and very effective.
What do you have for sale?
Only the finest collection of armaments in the settled systems.
Well, first off, because they just it's a big bet. See, there's shotguns, there's rifles, particle beam. What heavy weapons, of course, which is what they handed me. I'm after a pistol, though. 204. Do I have enough? Yes. Yeah, so the 43 is what I need ammo-wise. Point, which is right here. That needs a 50 caliber. I should get more of that also. The 40, oh. So, the 50 caliber I am nabbing. And the 7.77 as well. That's the one I just picked up, and that is going to be there in that favored slot. Let's put that there. That is 2 different types of rifles, but that is also 3 different ammunitions being utilized. Ah. Sense Star stuff. FaceTime is also one I tend to use often. I'm willing to test that one out. I've got Sarah with me. It's definitely stuff to do. Chunks. Chunks. I don't know. It's the fast food of space. Don's Roost, I just want to make sure I had that. Going over to the commercial district to get the next piece, which is on the other side of that big tower.
Yeah, there are a lot, right? In space? Just philosophy.
Ooh, there was one for that tree, I'm pretty sure.
Hey, are you looking for eggs too? I've only found one so far, but I want to find more before anyone else does. So if you see some, can you tell me?
The egg you found wasn't beeping, was it?
Yeah, it was. Weird, right? Miss Seng over at UC Distribution bought the one I found, and she said she might buy more if I can find them. I could really use the credits.
Can't go in. You just can't.
I bet whoever came
Welcome
up
to
with bad
SSNN,
news
where the
travels
news never
fast
sleeps.
wasn't taking
If you're part of
interstellar
the David Barron
distances
fan
into
club,
account.
try not to inflate his ego too much. He's liable to burst.
Oh, he seems like a vain egomaniac.
Sounds like you know him personally. Let's take a look at you. You're not from around here. My guess is you really work for a living. I bet you have a story or two. I have a feeling about such things.
My life's gotten very weird and interesting lately.
Sounds like an old pickup line. But it really has, hasn't it? I'm interested only in primary sources. So things you've seen and or done that are newsworthy. No hearsay. So, what do you got for me?
The Crimson Fleet attacked an Argos mining facility on Vectera.
Looks like some Crimson Fleet brainiac figured out it's easier to hit stationary targets than dogfighting in the field. And you are an eyewitness with the courtesy to find us instead of being chased down. Refreshing. So what were the pirates doing there? It's not their usual MO.
Tell them about the ore. That was quite a lucrative operation.
Yeah. We were mining beryllium, iron, and some rare minerals. Easy credits for them.
Rare minerals, you say? That would be worth the price of admission. So what's your role in all this? Part of a tour group?
I was one of the miners.
Huh. I didn't realize Argos extractors hired such capable crew. So we've covered the basics. How about any harrowing tales of daring do? How'd a bunch of miners triumph?
Oh, the mining crew banded together and fought them off with mining lasers.
Huh. Sounds like a good outfit. The heroic miner is a good angle. This is a good local story. Plucky miners band together and punch above their weight. If you ever get more stories like this, drop by. And take this to cover any incidentals or other creative ways to pad out an expense report.
Thank you.
David Barron is the most famous journalist in the South System.
Ooh. Alright.
Traffic is good. The sales keep climbing.
Two.
There are 2 locations in New Atlantis.
Yes, and the sales in the fest didn't dip at all when the second store opened.
Impressive.
Times change, but one thing's constant. People need coffee.
I need to report back, but this is very encouraging.
Infinity Ltd. So yeah. My next stop. Actually, let me take a moment just to refill my coffee cup. I'll be 1 second.
It's a privilege to be able to work for the UC government.
Alright. Here we are. Interesting outfits, right? Some of them are great, some of them are a little weird, but they're all entertaining.
Bulk items may require multiple levels of approval and can take up to several weeks for an official response.
I'm on tax
We
duty tomorrow.
apologize for any
Can't
delay.
wait.
What? Really, dude? You're happy about that?
I've met so many interesting people from working at the distribution center.
Do you always want, or did you always want to work in the distribution center?
Oh, no. When I was growing up, I actually wanted to be a miner on Sidonia. As weird as that may sound. I guess I never wanted to have a typical job. Lucky for me, working at the distribution center is anything but typical.
Sounds like you really love your job.
Of course, who wouldn't? It's such a privilege to be able to work for the UC government, a true force of good. Every day is so exciting. I get to meet so many new people, solve interesting problems, and learn about developing situations throughout the settled systems. Yep, there's never a boring day at the distribution center.
Okay.
Take care of yourself.
Welcome to UC Distribution. Now, before you say a word, I am required to inform you that formal complaints cannot be filed until the customer feedback system is back online. I have been told it'll be up and running in 2 weeks, but you know how these things are. I am sorry for any potential inconvenience. Also, if you're here about a corporate account, I've been assured that deliveries will be back on schedule soon.
Oh, you bought an egg from a kid recently. I need it.
Who, Jordan? That kid's in here every other day with some random thing he found. Trying to get credits. Yeah, I took pity on him. Why, what is it?
It's sensitive scientific equipment, very important.
Oh, really? Well, you can have it back for what I paid for it, plus a little extra. Let's call it a convenience fee, shall we?
Sure.
Pleasure doing business with you.
So what do you do here?
You mean besides providing a pleasant face for customers to interact with?
Yes, that.
It's all in the name. We distribute and products all around the United Colonies. Never a dull moment. Always something going on, and 4 other things we need to be ready for. I know some people don't believe it, but we really do the best we can. Wouldn't still be working here if I didn't care.
Glad to know. What have you got for sale?
I hope we have what you need.
Well, ooh. In case I need it.
You're always welcome back, if you don't mind a bit of a wait.
Thank you. Those ship parts, once I get back to my ship, I will be putting those into storage on the ship.
Wish that bartender at the viewport would stop complaining to security. I don't know what she lost, but she won't get it back by annoying us.
Oh, so, yeah. Ryujin Industries are hiring. And just to verify it, from the last loop, I do have that first dot of manipulation. Ooh. Get the robot outside of it. Alright. Now, in order to buy property, I need to be a citizen.
Tell me how many zeros I need to add to the offer.
I'm sorry, sir, but we can't sell to you. UC citizens only.
Ah, I think I understand. And the cost to put me down as a citizen would be what exactly?
Sir, bribery is a crime in the colonies.
Fine. Perhaps I'll just be having a chat with your superiors then. Good day.
Let's chat with.
Ever wonder how the Crimson Fleet seems to be everywhere? It's because they have little outposts everywhere. There were so many facilities abandoned after the Colony War, the pirates used them as forward operating bases.
Oof. And that's definitely going to be a thing.
The United Colonies Vanguard program recently celebrated its 15-year anniversary. Dozens of Vanguard pilots who are now full UC citizens attended the ceremony and listened to a speech from President Abe. The remarkable success of the Vanguard, the president said, is standing right before us.
I really do need that additional data.
So, I've got all your sensors right here.
So you do. Wonderful. I'll just take these, and we'll see what they have to tell us. All right. We'll just upload the data. Give it a moment. And just another moment. It is working, isn't it? There it is. What a relief. Now, let's see. This is... Well, it's... Oh my.
You okay?
Well, there's good news and bad news. The good news is that my suspicions were correct. There is something wrong with the tree. I will report my findings to MAST immediately with no small amount of satisfaction. The phrase, "I told you so," may even be uttered more than once.
I'm glad your concerns are validated.
Yes, it does feel good to be right. Particularly when others have attempted to convince you otherwise. Repeatedly. The bad news, as it were, is that the internal composition of the tree is changing. In this particular case, the tree is now regularly emitting ultra-low frequency sound waves. They're nearly imperceptible now, but they're growing in strength. This is something we've never observed before. Depending on how large these waves grow, consequences for the city could be disastrous. I must consult with my colleagues in MAST at once. Thank you for your assistance. I hope these credits are adequate compensation.
I'm gonna have to check in on him later. Let's go talk to Sarah's contact.
The reviews are in for the latest ships from star yards across the settled system. The final scores were surprisingly tight, with Tayo Astroneering earning a single award more than rival Stroud Eklund. One judge said, technologically, it's neck and neck. Really, there's no bad choices this season. Rumors abound that Stroud Eklund has one more trick up its sleeve to reclaim its title from last year.
See, that neck and neck. It's good.
Protect and defend the citizens of the United Colonies to the best of your abilities, and to uphold the values of the Vanguard, honor loyalty, self-reliance in all your actions as members of the United Colonies Navy.
I do.
Then I'm proud to welcome you to the Vanguard. Now, you all have your assignments. Get out there and show them what the UC is made of. Supra et Ultra.
Sarah, good to see you. Who's your friend?
Hopefully Constellation's newest member. run through some legwork together.
Another space explorer. Hey, you ever think of joining up with the Vanguard? Help the United Colonies, earn some credits, even get your UC citizenship?
Maybe later. We have Constellation business to discuss first.
Alright, alright. Can't blame me for trying, right? I mean, I still haven't given up on getting Sarah to re-enlist.
It's a game we play. He asks, I say no.
Here's what I got for you two. Vanguard volunteer by the name of Moera. Helps patrol the old neighborhood. Sol, Mars, Neptune, you know.
The Sol system? Which admiral did he upset to get that posting?
He's Martian, born and raised. Not like I can get anyone else to care. Word is he's got some fancy metal ornament he's been showing off to the old grounders. Matches that description Sarah gave me.
So tell me, so who is Mora? Tell me about him.
Oh, he goes way back. I think he was recruit number 81 or something.
And what's wrong with the Sol system?
You kidding? Lowest posting request rate in the whole fleet. Only thing there the UC cares about is Mars. And no one wants to go to Mars. They want to get off Mars.
We'll talk to him. I'm sure we can make him a good offer for it.
Sol system is a lot of planets, but a vet like Moera will be checking in at Sidonia on the regular.
You mean hitting the bars, don't you, John?
Hey, nothing wrong with a little refresh between patrols.
Anything you can tell me about Sidonia?
Yeah, bring a coloring book. Get so used to seeing red, you'll forget what blues and greens look like.
So did he say where he found the ornament of his?
You'll have to ask him. But Vanguard volunteers have retrieval rights if they get into a scrap. Wouldn't be surprised if he found it off of a pirate or something like that.
Thanks for your help, John.
Anything for Sarah. UC always takes care of its own. Even the prodigal children.
Oh, brother.
I'm serious about that recruitment offer, by the way. You just come talk to me when you're ready. UC is a good friend to have.
Oof. They'll eventually comment on the armor. Whew. Spaceport. So there's a number of little things to do here in New Atlantis that I will be doing. I do like I enjoy the little side quests along the way.
I've flown across most of the settled systems in all manners of spacecraft, and yet I still get sick on the nat.
Yeah. My throat's feeling itchy.
Sky and the bevy of stars. Oh yeah. Even as a kid, I loved mapping the constellations. Yeah, that's why I like getting out of the city. There's nothing obstructing the view.
Talking about the stars.
Oh, I've always liked that statue. It's beautiful, isn't it? I wonder what the artist was trying to represent.
A few different possibilities.
security scanners, chemical sniffers. United Colonies sure isn't taking any chances.
A diplomatic visa? You got to be kidding. Envoys haven't needed diplomatic visas since the colony.
Demos right out of order. The law, sir. And that one's still on the books. New Atlantis Security Charter 2308 Addendum, Article 2, Section 8.
Ludicrous. You made all that up. There is no such addendum. The war ended almost 20 years ago. I am Representative Evans Chisholm of the Freestar Collective. I've been coming here for months trying to ensure continued peace.
I don't make up the laws, Representative. I just enforce them. You have a good day now. Someplace else. You didn't hear this from me. But those ecliptic mercenaries?
What? Can't you see I'm dealing with something?
What's this all about? The guards seem to be having an issue with you.
Did you not hear? They won't let me enter the city. Me, a political envoy who comes here constantly trying to help prevent another war. And this is the thanks I get? They won't let me enter without a diplomatic visa? Ridiculous.
Do you know someone who could help? I can talk to them for you.
Oh, really? And here I am biting your head off. Apologies. I'm just, well, rather flustered. Look, if you have time, could you please go to the Freestar Collective Embassy and speak to a diplomat? They'll know what to do.
Yeah, that's my good deed of the day.
Thank you. I'll wait here until the embassy sends the cavalry. Not like I have much choice.
Ooh, there's a thing over there.
So, what have we got? Animal, vegetable, or mineral?
Oh. A little bit of a fast travel. I also like that there is stuff beyond the borders of the city. So this is the Armistice Archives. And right over here is the Freestar Embassy. I just have to duck inside briefly and chat with the person at the desk.
Maybe we should stop for a moment at the memorial. You know, to pay our respects. Hard to believe it's been 2 decades since we were at war with the Collective, and it seems like only yesterday.
The guards will check you at the elevators. Try not to make a fuss. Welcome to the Freestar Embassy. Is there something I can help you with?
Representative Chisholm is being held at the spaceport by UC Security.
Typical UC Security. They try to bully us every chance they get and still manage to play the victim. I'll get this squared away with the folks down at the spaceport. Thanks for letting us know.
Yep, each universe is a new loop. It's our own little Groundhog Day.
Yes, exactly. It's like when someone insults you, you want to just beat the shit out of them sometimes, but you don't.
Well, not quite what I was thinking, but that's actually a great example, Marcus. The man in the story was cruel. Do you know why he was cruel? You must feel what he feels, understand his pain, accept it, and deliver it not back upon him.
Empathy. You mean empathy? But you say it like it's easy. Like anyone can just love a terrible person who has been terrible.
Yeah, why even bother? I mean, isn't the cycle of humanity peace and war back and forth like forever? Seems kind of pointless to try so hard for something that won't last. Nothing ever really changes.
It's not easy, no, but necessary. Because you see, everything has changed. God has given us the intelligence, the
sure you all have other things to do. Thank you for taking the time to stop and talk with me.
He's giving me a lot to think about.
Hello. Is there something I can help you with? Or, maybe I have already.
You're not the Achilles I knew, if you understand my meaning.
Yes. Yes, I think I do. There are certain revelations that are best kept until people are ready, don't you think? Perhaps it would be best if we assumed that we're just two ordinary people meeting for the first time.
I understand. We never talked about this.
Thank you. I'm glad we had a chance to meet. Go. Find your way out there in the stars.
There are things I would love to be able to say to him, though. Like, if your journey has been, like, similar to that of the others.
It's a shame House Varun abandoned their embassy. I bet we could have learned a lot from one another.
Like, I would love to say stuff like, thank you for that thank you for the pilgrim's journey.
Can you imagine how many credits flow through this place? Figuratively, of course.
Oh, yeah.
I feel depressed.
I don't know why they set up shop here.
Ooh. Hello. I haven't really stopped in here before.
You're only as safe as your equipment out there. Welcome to our planet. We deal in only the finest, most reliable gear for whatever adventures may await you.
Well.
All of our products come highly recommended by individuals who have devoted their lives to distant travel. And while I've never needed them myself, I stand by everything we offer.
So you just fly out there buck naked. I'm impressed. I'm gonna go with that.
No flying for me. Not my style.
So. You've really never been to space.
Goodness, no, I just couldn't. You're out there millions of miles away from anything, and if something goes wrong, I can't stomach the thought. I prefer solid ground under my feet at all times. And preferably a hot, fresh coffee within reach. Can't get those in space either.
I'd like to see what you have for sale.
Please do. I hope we have something that suits you. Get it?
Ugh. And as you can see, Alright. My current suit is, in general, better than the individual suits. But when it's combined with the jetpack and such, the actual armor bonus stuff, that is better. But the other aspects don't quite add up. Ooh, that's an interesting one. Huh. I'm gonna go for that one. Ooh, those reasonable weapons to have. What type of resources you got? An aid. The med packs and things, I am nabbing those. Might need that too. Hmm. And you're the one with this stuff. Okay. Alright. Good to know.
See you around.
That way I'm not naked under my suit. There we go. Because really, I couldn't just run around naked. That'd be awkward. Oh, so very awkward.
Wow, you look completely different.
It's me.
Right, but isn't it going to confuse him? You won't even recognize him.
I'd be mysterious.
Zoe, you are a one in a million.
Maybe for our third date, I'll be a redhead. You simply have to try enhance.
Maybe I should update my look.
See, Zoe just likes messing with her date.
How can I help you be the best you possible?
Hello.
Hi, welcome to Enhance. Thanks so much for stopping in today. I'm sure my staff and I can accommodate your every need. If you're here to try something new or on a whim, or to replicate a look you've seen and loved elsewhere, or just want to love your reflection in the mirror a little bit more, we've got you covered. All our services and records are private and confidential, so no need to worry.
I'm glad that you take patient confidentiality seriously. A breach of information could be a major problem for your business.
Oh my God, you certainly put things bluntly, don't you?
I guess, but it sounds like you take your patient's confidentiality seriously. So you have nothing to worry about.
I did. No, I do. I take it all very seriously. Sorry, you just took me a little off guard. To tell you the truth, I made a bit of a slip-up. I may have lost a data slate containing the confidential information of numerous patients. Little things, you know, like payment information, procedures done, age, birthdays, mailing addresses. Oh no, who am I kidding? This is so bad. If that information gets out, my business and reputation could be destroyed. No patient will trust me again.
Well, that certainly isn't good.
It's not. People's private information is at stake, ready to be taken by any bad actor that finds that damn slate. And worse, my reputation and business is on the line. Please, I'm begging you. You have to find that slate.
Alright, I'll find it. Where have you visited recently?
Yes. Thank you. And let's see, I frequent the Territory nearby, as well as Whetstone. I also stopped by the Valberg building recently. Thank you for doing this. You're a lifesaver. Please, come back as soon as you have the slate. Oh, and don't read anything on it. It's confidential stuff. Remember? If you'd ever like to make a change, we're up to the task.
Alright, let's go get that slate for him.
Don't be nervous. You've got this.
As you can see, it is not here at the Terra Brew, though I do find these tables to be quite intriguing. Whetstone is always fun. Lovely food. More an empty booth. And what is this? Enhanced patient list. Alright.
Services are designed to minimize pain and maximize happiness.
I found your data slate. Here it is.
You found it? Oh my God, thank you so much. I don't know what to say. You have helped a humble businessman. You saved me and my business. I'm so grateful for that. Thank you so much. Well, I hope this hasn't tainted your perception of my wonderful facility. If you need any work done, I'll always be here.
Well, since I am more awake, I got a thing I do want to do.
What can we do for you today?
Let me see. Keeping those. Wrinkles and things, and pot marking and such. Ooh. That's veins or something. Well, see, I actually like that particular scarring thing right there. Reducing the the intensity a little bit. Though that would make it really obvious. Like right around there. Like it's been some time, but a chance for it to heal. variety of different choices color-wise for the hair. That's just, no. I'm pretty sure that's when I had it on previously. Whew. Well, nah. Just trying to find that right look, right? The ponytail thing now. Yeah, it's not my preferred look, but yeah, let's go for there this time out. Eye color. Alright.
Enhance will be here anytime you'd like a different look.
How am I looking? Alright.
I'm going to be a glorified ghost. I hope infinity is everything has been built up to be.
Infinity's a top-notch
Hmm. Alright, here we are. And just figuring out the stuff along the way, right? Back to the spaceport. Hmm. Hmm. Because there's always stuff to do, isn't there? Hmm. Hmm. Whoa. There.
Decorating their ships with heat leech nests would be a nice touch.
Whoa! Now that is a ship.
Thank you. Hmm. Yeah. It's definitely an interesting ship, and... Ooh.
So, where to next?
Hmm. Hmm. And there is definitely stuff to work on. Hmm. Here we go, the Sol system.
Unidentified ship. We're going to attempt to scan you for contraband. Please comply. Pretty please. Scan complete. Welcome to Mars. You're cleared to land at Sidonia.
I love that the response of pretty please. Hmm. Landing at Sidonia. Hmm.
I might complain about landing here, but I have to admit, there is a sort of hidden beauty to the Martian landscape.
Fair enough. Mars is an interesting place to visit. Hmm.
Building Sidonia completely underground was a clever way of keeping the city shielded from the harsh Martian landscape.
I'm inclined to agree with you on that. And good morning to you. Hope you're doing well. So, here we are.
The community center on P1 is a good place to connect with others, or fulfill any spiritual needs you may have.
Yeah, do you have any idea how far we've traveled? How much money we spent to hitch a ride to this dusty red rock? We were told there were jobs.
Look, I get it. But we just built our last openings. I think we have a couple contracts ending at the end of next month. It's possible they may not extend it.
This is bullshit. I got a wife and kids at home. So we can't
It's just
wait
a couple of
months
months.
for a job that may not even exist then.
Hey, I get it. There's nothing I can do. It's out of my hands. You can take it up with corporate. I'm sorry, but I have to get back to it.
Come on, forget it. Let's get out of here. Maybe it's not too late to catch a ride back home.
Damn. Yeah, you're right. Screw this.
I know you were counting on that Sidonia hazard pay, but we'll find something else.
Yeah, I hope. I just can't make ends meet with the old
This
rent.
life ain't easy, but it pays the bills.
Ooh. Definitely stuff to do down here. Oh, they've got the alarm going off.
Good. Mars is ripe with resources, which means there's always going to be plenty of work.
Excuse me?
4, 3, 2, 1. There we are. There we are.
Mining takes old types. Young upstarts form a military, ex-cons.
You get a lot of new faces.
And haul ore, you can mine.
Hey, Jack.
Been serving drinks here for over 40 years. Few places can offer that kind of stability.
So I'm looking for a vanguard named Mara.
He ain't been around. Went off on patrol. Hasn't been back in since. We're starting to think it might be time to pour one out to the blackest sea.
We could track him down if you know his patrol route.
Believe me, I've heard it. After about round 3 or 4 was all he would talk about. He's got a voice that carries. Look, nothing more I'd love than to help out a fellow Martian. Especially one that's missing. But
He has a tab, and you don't know if he's coming back.
it's a lot of credits, okay? I let it slide for a long time because he's a regular, but if I'm not all that money, I've got problems. What do you say?
You barely know where he went. Now stop wasting our time.
What? Yeah, fine, I'll talk. Last time he was here, Moera kept yelling about the Lady of Love, singing songs, all that kind of thing.
Venus? That's only one planet. Hardly an entire patrol route.
Forgot what I got, okay?
Fine. We'll make do.
Hey, be careful around the equipment. Don't want to lose an arm or something.
Very fair. That guy has missions, but I haven't done them previously. I want to get this thing with Sarah Morgan addressed first. I may come back and chat with him, though. I've got a bunch of, and I have several new Atlantis things to work on as well, if I'm being honest.
So, this ship of yours, does it take standard, you know what? We'll figure it out.
Thanks. And they're working on trying to get rid of the heat leeches.
Understand how you can harness that type of power.
Look at this guy's ship, though. He's clearly got some issues. Heat leeches. Oh, alright. Previously, I have... Yeah, I think I'm going to take the other option this time for dealing with the heat leeches. I normally go with the larger megafauna aspect, because I like the idea of bringing a species back. But with this one, I think with this playthrough, I'm going to be using the other option. I'm still not siding with the pirates, though. Not going to side with the pirates. Oh. Let's see. Why, hello, Meligold. How are you doing today? Welcome, welcome. So last night at the end of the stream, I started the I finished the main quest, as well as started another new game plus. As a result, I got a new outfit. All my previous quest stuff were basically reset, so it's a new universe. So all the quests and all the exploration is now available to do again. I'm doing all right. It's raining again, so it's messing with my shoulder a little bit, but that's okay. It's just a sign that I'm getting old. See. So, this would be this is the third New Game Plus. According to a YouTube video I saw, that means enemies are 30% stronger than they are in the original base game starting level. But the outfit I got gives me, 15% resistance. Oh. My mother was a antique dealer. Yeah, exactly. It's not a new game. It is the same character. He's gone to a new universe. So the character himself gets to continue with his growth and knowledge. Everything that he's learned in his previously in the previous universes he's been in, he retains. But all the equipment and all all the exploration gone. So every time he has to restart. But every skill point that I've used, I have kept. And he's almost level 78. So this is basically the first line of missions for Constellation.
Hello, what do we have here? See that cluster of ships? Varun Zealots. You ever run into one? Completely devoted to a deity they call the Great Serpent. The devourer of the unbelievers. I'll let you guess what happens if they spot us.
And I doubt they know where our vanguard is.
No, but I think I see something else that might. There's a UC satellite beacon hovering distressingly close to those Varun ships. If we can get close enough to it, we could download its logs and figure out where our vanguard was heading to next.
Alright, let's get to the beacon and without being attacked.
Exactly. Minimal ship power. Go slow. We grab the data on that satellite and jump away.
Alright, I'm going to power down my weapons. And my shields. I'm always hesitant about that. Minimum power.
Bless this communion that we may walk in Janan Verun's footsteps. That he jumped from the soul
And that's what I'm aiming for.
into the beyond and touched your magnificence. That he learned the truth
Yep.
of the shrouded, becoming
Now the
eternal embrace.
no.
You will reward the promised and cast the accursed into shadow.
Now one of the fun parts with the New Game Plus is there is the possibility of Constellation being different. Thus far, with the 3 New Game Pluses that I've done, this being the third, Constellation has been the same. That being said, I could walk through those doors and find that that universe's version of my character is there, having brought the artifact. Or that Constellation isn't there anymore, and there's a bunch of kids there instead playing. Or there's a potted plant. There's a number of possibilities of what could be there. Which is definitely entertaining. Because it's endless. It's supposed to be a concept of endless possibilities. And while realistically speaking, a game company is limited in what they can actually place, Bethesda did take the time to place additional options. And it's randomized as to what it will be. So there are players out there that might, just because of the randomization, may never see any of the interesting extras or those alternates. And there's other players that may find them with their first New Game Plus, may get it to where Constellation has been shut down for years. I like that being a possibility. It's an interesting way of demonstrating and showing that every universe is unique and has its own path to follow. Let's see. There we go. And yes, if you're looking at the screen in the lower right hand corner, that is totally a mini Ouija board sitting there. Totally is.
There it is. Nova Galactic Star Yard, still orbiting Earth's moon. This is where the first interstellar ships were made. People still use their modules, even though their star yard hasn't been running in forever.
Well, let's see if Vanguard Mora is in that star yard.
Keep your weapons ready. Never know who else might be scavenging there.
Let me just bring this up. Now the ship that I've got, the Starborn Guardian 3. It is a decent starting ship, in all honesty. It's got good firepower. It's got good shields. It's a good basic vehicle. But it cannot be upgraded, which is sort of a limitation. I'm okay with the limitation being there, but it is definitely a limitation. Need to be within 500 meters to be able to dock. Whew. No, I pushed the wrong button. Where were you docking? I pushed the wrong button. No. I don't know. Well. This feels like an alien ship, though, doesn't it? I've got this downstairs area. Up here. That's a cargo. Oh, I forgot. I had a thing to put in there. Aids. These. Ship parts. There's an upper area with a little table, a balcony. I don't have I need to get the items I need to start doing decorating, but this is just baseline. There's nothing in here yet. Comm relays. Oof. Until I start decorating. On the other hand, that does mean that what is on this ship will be totally of my choosing.
Hi. Please disregard. I attempted an informal greeting, but I am dissatisfied with the results.
Looks like spacers were scavenging around here and someone else came in and said hello. Oh, this won't be your last encounter with a spacer crew. They pillage abandoned facilities and shoot anyone who gets in their way. They're even less organized than the Crimson Fleet. Just countless desperate groups scavenging and killing to survive.
Yeah, they're not good folks. Spacers are always a problem. It's like they're rabid space monsters or something. Just seeing if there's anything else of interest in here, because I did pick the lock to get in. Oh, ammo. And the, yeah. Oh, there. What is that? Oh, it's just a pen thing. All right. Let's take a look, because we did. That takes 0.43, does 204. But there's, and that does 220. 9 shots. Same ammo though, so I'm going to be switching over. There we go. I don't have a lot of ammunition right now. That will improve. And I still have all the powers I've acquired also.
Find anything useful?
Oh, there's so many useful possibilities and things to grab. Oh, wait a minute. That I will grab also. See, and if you were those spacers or those other guys, I'd be terrified given what I just saw. Like, what the heck just was that? And honestly, if I was Sarah Morgan, I might be questioning a little bit also. Hmm. Alright, so because it has reset, I have the option, if I want, to romance somebody else. So, should I do the romance option with Sarah Morgan this time? Because I romanced somebody else previously. Oof. I know, I'm picking up random junk. I don't need. Oh. Bad people, bad jokes, and the Crimson Cabin. Alright. Great Expectations! I love that that's there. Grabbing the ammo. I don't think I have the lockpicks with me right now. I will eventually. But all my previous equipment also gone. Which is okay. I'm okay with that. Because it's not about the stuff. It's about the journey.
Don't leave any of that behind.
Oh. I sort of picture it like this: being in the middle of a firefight. You've got some friends, or you've got some allies with you, also with the fight, and then this just a blur of motion, and the person that you're in the middle of a firefight with becomes much faster. And while you're there and you're tough and you're fighting, the other your two allies apparently get shot and go down as well. And you know that you have been shot at least a half dozen times yourself in like maybe 2-3 seconds at most. I'd be running if I was stupid enough to get into a firefight in real life. I'd be running. Like, nope. Something's wrong here. So, Hmm. So, yeah. I'm not familiar. I'm not sure of how familiar you may or may not be with California. I grew up one block south of Oakland. So um, there was a few different things there. Yeah, one block south of Oakland. Um, there was the local for there was my neighborhood Safeway that was in the city that I was in, and then just across the border there was a Lucky's that had been open when I was a kid, that had a small shopping center there as well, and that included a gas station and such. That by the time I was a teenager, the Lucky's that was there had shut down due to apparently a lot of shoplifting and being held up at gunpoint. Lucky's as a company just closed the store down. Most of the businesses that were there in that shopping center of Foothill Square also left. Foothill Square still exists. There's another grocery store there now. But how the Safeway in my town and the Lucky's that was just across that Oakland border wasn't just a matter of different companies. The Lucky's store had it where the shopping carts in the parking lot. In order to get a shopping cart, you had to put a quarter into this little thing, or in this little holder thing, that would unlock the cart, and you would only get the quarter back if you brought the shopping cart back to the where it was, where you got the shopping carts. In contrast, the Safeway didn't have anything like that. You did not have to pay to use the shopping cart. Or rent the shopping cart is probably another way of wording it. Because it was definitely renting the shopping cart. And that has it was a different experience. It was one of those things that made it clear that depending on what neighborhood you lived in, really changed if the shopping cart was being paid for or a courtesy. It was so I would say it was a good demonstration from an early age of what privilege was. And all it took was just a few blocks of different, or just a few blocks.
damn ghost stealing your stuff in the night. Clear out while you have the chance.
What's daring the spaces to come after him? It's actually not a bad plan. Much better odds destroying one of their ships than fighting them all at once here.
Oh boy. So, I'm almost out of ammo, which is always a little painful for me. Let's see, where am I looking? Yeah, I probably got to go up, which is fine. At least I'm almost out of ammo for the gun I like using. There's probably a better way of phrasing it. Now, since they've already have done, now they've said stuff that establishes why it's possible to find things that are not necessarily as expected, scattered around, that realistically shouldn't have been in a given location if it had not been touched in centuries. But by them having NPCs around stating that the spacers and ecliptic and such come through and use these places as bases, even if it's only temporary, it does give a reason for there to be newer items around. Oh, wooden duck. And let's take that as well. I need the wooden duck for decoration. Anything interesting over here? Credits. Oh. Alright. More credits. See, I never go back over here. Oh, okay. Cool. Good to know. Oh, the mag shot? That is what I thought that was. Let's just grab that too.
Well, I suppose they're not going to need it anymore.
They're definitely not. Better I grab it and find a good use for it. Okay. So yeah, if you're curious, med pack. Oh. Could always use soap. Alright. You know you have either played too many horror games or have seen too many horror movies. If when you go into if you go into a bathroom while playing a video game, your first thing is to stop and make sure that that there's nothing and no one waiting in any of the stalls. I don't need the notebook. Alright.
Greetings, Captain.
Oh.
Give the word and we'll get underway.
First off, let's drop that stuff in there. The cutter I'm keeping on me. I'm holding onto the knife. $115. Where am I looking? Storing the axe. It's a big old heavy weapon. That does 17 versus that 13. I'm going to keep the one that's 17. Alright. And that pistol, I have lots of ammo for it. It's not as much ammo as, or as much damage as the Urban Eagle, but its ammunition is more plentiful. And it apparently does poison damage. And this character is still very much built towards favoring pistols over rifles and shotguns and such. It's the whole gunslinger thing, apparently. Oh, man. Ooh.
Did you see that? There's a ship just drifting out there. No time to take in the sights. That could be our vanguard.
Yeah, he probably is.
Something's wrong. The ship's weapons are powering up. Get ready.
If you stop shooting at us, we'd be more than happy to respond.
It's not me. I checked my ship. I find a couple of them, but they locked me down. Really could use
All right. I know that they're not really expecting what I'm going to be pulling, but it's fine. It'll be great. I do like my slowing time thing though. It does seem to be my favorite tactic. And again, like moments. Sarah? You okay? Hey.
Am I glad to meet whoever you two are. Looks like we're all in one piece. Any day you walk away from, right?
Exactly. We're from the Explorer Group Constellation, and we need to talk.
What? You guys still exist? Man, I've only heard stories.
We've heard stories too, about a strange object you found on patrol.
So, you know what that thing is. I tried to hawk it in Sidonia, and the guy thought I was peddling phony titanium.
It doesn't play nice with scanners. It'd be worthless to someone trying to flip rare minerals quickly.
So you're saying I shouldn't be using it as a hood ornament?
Yeah. It would be better in our hands.
Hey, I'll trade some weird space rock for a rescue anytime. Hope you figure out whatever that thing is.
Let's grab the artifact. Good work. Let's get back to the lodge.
Poof. Here we go.
Right, Captain. Where are we headed next?
Well, I believe we're heading back to the lodge, right? Whew. There we go.
Unregistered starship, we're detecting... Well, it's what we're not detecting that's an issue. What's powering that thing? You know what? Just hold still while we do the contraband check.
Sure.
Scan complete. Go ahead and land.
Have I scanned you? I did. Alright, let's see. Hmm. I want to get a spot that has a few different resources, and I know that I will need the I know a few resources that I know I am going to need. Cobalt, huh? Like the helium, I definitely need the helium. And the iron. I'm just trying to get a spot that has... Well... Hmm. You know, I think the nickel will likely also be more important than the cobalt at this particular junction. So if I try for here... Hills, sure. And I try for a spot that will give me both helium, or to give me iron, helium, and nickel. That should help for a good resource spot. I don't have to have it manned, though.
Scan any promising leads?
Maybe. And water, huh? Alright. Wait. Oh, man. Yeah, right over there. Oh my gosh, because that is 5 resources. I am not passing up on that. Alright, okay, there we are. So for water, I'm going to get that first. The iron, yeah. And that also. Alright, I need, and I'm going to have that because I'm going to be getting the helium extractor first. And I'm going to need some of this. Right. But that's the beginning. So this is going to be my first outpost. Where I'll be able to start the process of getting resources. I think I want this one to be robot-based, or just basically collecting it and sending it elsewhere. I believe is the goal. Okay. But I still need a iron and nickel will be right there though, which would be great. Cobalt is good for some better quality stuff.
Unidentified vessel, you have no faction markings or registered manufacturer. Please maintain course while we scan you. Assuming scans even work on whatever it is you're flying. Scan complete. You are cleared to land at New Atlantis.
Oof. Alright, let's land in New Atlantis. am I doing resource-wise first?
Everyone
You'll be
expects
scanned as you enter the city. Please keep moving.
Alright.
Okay, no bounty.
There should be some equipment over there that I can pick up from that shop for purchase for materials, and then I can start going from there.
It's a done deal. Our home office is getting moved to Gagarin.
Really? What's there to even do on Gagarin?
Beats me, but the financials make sense.
Well then, we're going to have to give you one hell of a send-off.
Huh. Stuff being moved over there. Alright. Wow. I still got work to do on these guns, but I need to get... I need to make sure that I have the equipment necessary and the resources. But let's turn it in. Let's get this over here first.
You're back. Did you...
We have it. Go ahead. Do the honors.
It fits. Energy spiked a bit, but it's restabilized.
Is there anything new showing up?
No, it's the same as before.
Feel free
There's
to
a
help
massive
yourself at the
output
bar.
as artifact
I
is
don't
added,
drink, but
then it
I feel like if I did,
like it's
now would be a
radiating
good time for one.
That's speculation, but I think you're right. We need more. Here. You've earned this. Welcome to Constellation. As a full member this time.
It's an honor to be a part of this.
We're going to do great things together. All of us. By the way, how would you like to keep traveling together? I'm not sitting behind my desk for this. These artifacts are a new chapter for Constellation, and I'm going to be out there for it. And I want you out there as well. You got results. I need someone like you watching my back.
You've got it, Sarah. Let's get back out there.
All right. We've got a few more leads we should talk about. First, there's an expedition that Samco has been putting together. It's in Freestar Collective Space, and he knows it inside and out. There's also the Eye, our star station in orbit. About time for you to meet Vladimir. He's been hard at work tracking down more anomalies. And last but not least, Noel. Have we heard anything from Barrett yet?
A courier from Argos Extractors came by to let us know they're packing up the operation on Vectera. But that's it. No other word.
That's not good. We should get over there and check on Barrett in person.
Alright. Well, tell me about Sam Coe and this expedition of his.
Oh, that's right. He wasn't here when you first showed up. He should be back by now. I'll let him handle the introductions. If I steal his thunder, I'll never hear the end of it.
So what can you tell me about Barrett, anyways? What can...
His mind is always somewhere, but there's no arguing his knack for being in the right place at the wrong time. Oh, too bad he couldn't see the artifacts coming together. But knowing him, he'll be so excited when he gets a look, it won't occur to him that he's missed anything.
And what's the Eye? Who's Vladimir?
We maintain a star station in orbit above us. It's where we do all our deep space scanning. Vladimir runs the station. Brilliant astronomer. Years of practical experience.
All right. So how did you know there was an artifact on Vectera?
You can thank Barrett for that, if he's still around to thank when this is all said and done. Honestly, he took this seriously before any of us. It was at his urging that we started doing deep space scans. I will admit, it was something of a shock to see Barrett taking anything seriously.
Yeah. Do you mind if I ask you a few things first?
Sure, go ahead.
Do you have any religious beliefs?
My parents considered themselves to be enlightened, but their lives were so busy they rarely pursued their beliefs. By the time I was old enough to start questioning these things, the idea of following any organized religion was almost an afterthought. It's not that I don't want to believe in anything, it's that my scientific mind is often at odds with my spiritual center. Having been out there, in the Starfield, seeing all those magnificent wonders with my own eyes, I need answers, not religious theory. I'm sorry if that disappoints you. But don't worry. While we're on this journey together, I fully intend to respect your religious beliefs.
What do you consider your areas of expertise?
You mean apart from being the chair of Constellation for the past 5 years? Well, let's see. I pride myself with my aptitude for astrodynamics, calculating optimal trajectories for grav jumping. That's been quite useful in the past. And as far as planetary exploration, my area of expertise is botany. So, don't worry. I won't let you eat anything that might put you in the hospital.
Is there anything you like to do for fun besides exploring?
Exploration is my entire life. I consider it both a career and recreation. That being said, I will make a confession, but you have to promise to keep it between us. Before I graduated from school, I was in a band. And no, I don't mean the school band. I mean a rock band. We called ourselves Ironic Comet. A ridiculous name, I know. But we were just a bunch of teenagers getting together and having fun. And before you ask, no, I wasn't the lead singer. I actually played the drums. The band never really went anywhere, of course, but those were good times, and I remember them fondly.
Well, that's all for now.
Very well. Next time, then.
All right.
So long.
Oh.
Hey. Until later.
All right. I believe she is still following me. I do want to make sure that she is there on the crew. Let me do a quick save. And give me just a moment. I do have to use the facilities. That said, because I've got a little camera that I've been using that's from my smartphone, I'm going to try something different today when I'm doing my brief walk away. Let's see. Let's just put you here. Just like so. Get some traffic, a little bit of neighborhood. I'll be right back.
same penny, as you will see. So here's a quick glance outside the courthouse. Beautiful day in Phoenix, probably in the 80s, maybe the 90s. Not 90s, 80s. It's just such a beautiful, beautiful area. Okay, so I am going to head inside now, and we'll keep you updated. I'm Nate Eaton for East Town News. Thanks for watching.
Next in 5, download Law Everyday help you master your own journey. For TV.
If anything is your I never was.
I'm back. I had to get a fresh pot of coffee made. I need to restart Starfield because I was gone a little too long. Give me a moment. Dust to deal with. That positioned right. Let's see. There we go. That should be about positioned right. As Starfield is, I was going long enough that it kicked me off of the game streaming. But Mom wanted to talk to me briefly also on some stuff. As she wants to sell the house I grew up in. She keeps bringing this up. She keeps going back to it. And I feel like it doesn't matter what answer I give, whether I'm agreeing or disagreeing with her. She wants to go over it again and again and again. And I'm starting to feel like I can't give her the right answer because saying go ahead is fine. Or saying no, don't. I don't know what answer she wants from me, and that is frustrating. Alright. I did say before I went to get the coffee. I'm hoping that you enjoyed that view of just outside my window. It is definitely very green out there. Whew. So, I think my next stop should probably be going to get Barrett. But there's some side stuff that's here. Like that guy with the tree. I want to check in with him also. It should be long enough now. And I want to get the beginning of that, the beginning of that thing built.
People joke, say those maroon zealots worship a snake. Let me tell you.
Huh. Well, isn't this a pleasant surprise? I hadn't expected to run into you again.
They call it the Great Serpent.
Looks like you're still hard at work.
Indeed I am. The success of my previous venture, with which you so kindly assisted, has been brought to the attention of Mast. There is growing concern. Oh my. A bit of an unintentional pun, isn't it? Well, concern that things are going to get worse. The data we gathered points to a definitive trend. The vibrations coming from this tree are increasing in strength and frequency. Because we've never seen this before, not on this scale, we have absolutely no idea what the upper limit is. We don't know when or even if this will stop. It's imperceptible by normal human standards now, but given time. While I hesitate to speculate on the possibilities, well, none of them are good.
You must have some kind of plan. Oh, actually, if these vibrations continue to increase in frequency, like you're saying, it could possibly be harmful to humans.
Yes, and not just humans. All organic life will be affected. Low-frequency vibrations are not uncommon in this species. The vibrations help disperse nutrients throughout the tree. However, normally the vibrations are imperceptible. If the vibrations continue to increase in frequency and strength, prolonged exposure could lead to harmful and potentially deadly side effects. It's imperative we find a way to correct this. There is data regarding other, younger members of the species. Unfortunately, there are some, shall we say, personal issues with acquiring it. Personnel issues, if you understand me.
And you do need my help again.
Not necessarily, but if you're offering your services, you've certainly proven to be reliable help in the past. One of the other researchers in MAST, Emilio Hadek, has research I believe could be vital to my work here. He and I don't see eye to eye, and so far he's refused to turn it over to me. I'm hoping that if someone else were to ask, he might be more inclined to relinquish it. What do you say?
I'll go get the research.
Oh, thank you. Last I knew, he was on a field assignment somewhere near the outskirts of the city. Perhaps it's best if you don't mention my name in the process.
Yeah. Totally gotta talk to that guy again. Alright. Alright. So yeah, let's talk to him. Let's see what we can do. I am totally saving this before I talk to him because I know he's not the best people.
Mind your step. Important research happening here. Could you stand a little to the left? I think you're blocking my readings.
Really? Kelton, so what are you doing here?
Oh, it's important research. I won't bore you with the technical details, but it's critical that I get this done.
Really? Look, Kelton Frush asked me to get some data from you.
What? You've got to be kidding me. Is he seriously that desperate? No. No way. Kelton is actively ruining my career. There's no chance that I'm helping him with anything. Whatever this thing is he's on about, he's just doing it to make himself look good with the higher-ups. I'm not helping him with that.
So why are you so against him?
Kelton screwed me over good. Probably ruined my chances for advancing in MAST. I'm not going to forgive that, ever.
You should be the bigger man here.
Oh yeah? You think so? Wow, thanks for that. I'll really give it some thought. He really won't let this go, will he? Maybe I can make this work in my favor. Okay, you know what? I'll hand over the data. But I'm only going to do so after you've helped me secure a better position in MAST.
What do you want me to do?
Oh, don't worry. You're just going to erase some files for me. Make sure I look good next time promotions get passed around.
This seriously sounds shady as hell. I don't want to do anything. Don't want anything to do with it.
Well, then I guess we don't have anything else to discuss, and Kelton can just forget about getting his hands on the data. See you around. Changed your mind, did you? Willing to help me get a promotion?
Fine. I'm in.
Wait, really?
No.
Okay. Okay.
I'll follow your lead, but I wish handling our tree issue didn't involve using illegal methods to get the job done.
I've gotten a few bad performance evaluations in the last couple of years. Totally unjustified, incredibly unfair. I found a back door into the mass network so I could make some changes to my personnel file. But it turns out the chief engineer knows what she's doing. The only way to get access is from the terminal in her apartment, which is kind of locked.
How about you just give me Kelton's data now, and we skip the rest?
Sorry, that's not on the table.
This is not the way to get ahead.
From where I'm standing, kinda seems like it is.
You're making this personal, and it doesn't need to be.
I'm not a bad guy, I swear. I just really need this promotion. Okay, look. Just hear me out, alright? I really need this to happen. If you do this for me, I can make it worth your while. You delete that data, I get promoted, I'm pulling in a bigger salary. I can compensate you. I'll throw in some extra credits for you, okay? A nice little bonus. But first, you need to get into the chief engineer's apartment.
Enough of this. I won't do it. Hand over the data now.
Fine, you win. Just get out of my sight. And tell Kelton to stuff it.
And you wonder why you got bad reviews. Or bad performance reviews. You were willing to go to illegal means to get a promotion. No. That's a shortcut. That's bad science. You're supposed to be a scientist. I'm trying to be a good guy.
I hope we're not too late to avoid disaster. I hope you have the data. It's really quite crucial.
I got it right here. That Emilio is a real piece of work.
That he is. I'm sorry that you had to put up with him, but this data is vital. I'm sorry if this was complicated. I'd prefer to remain unaware of the details in the event that it comes up later, particularly in a legal setting. And I suppose I'd better verify the data to make sure Emilio didn't double-cross me. But you have once again come through for me. I'm truly hoping that this is the last piece I need to figure out what we can do.
I'm just doing my part.
And I appreciate it. Thank you for your assistance.
He will have more later. There's brownouts down in the well. I could probably look into that.
I feel like it would help if I had a couple cheat days.
Sounds like a bad idea to me.
Oh, actually, yeah, no, Alright, his features are not that bad. It's just his eyes really stand out. Yeah, no, they're fine. Okay. Oh, I know what the problem is. Okay. And it's not the features or anything. When you're just moving past really fast, I think it's an issue of the game not fully rendering their faces as you move along. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Yeah, it's all the faces that have that. They're not fully rendering as you're just moving along. So with the companions, that's more likely to be there because they've had enough chance to render. But the NPCs, when you're just moving past, they're not fully rendering, and it's looking, so that rendering process is looking incomplete. That's where the uncanny valley is. All right.
You're always about a million things to do, and I'm only one person. It's so overwhelming. Hey! Oh, you're not Carl. Sorry. I shouldn't assume. Maybe you go by Carl. You're just not the Carl I was waiting for. We're supposed to be investigating a power drain down here. People have been reporting brownouts for a while, and Mass finally decided to follow up on it. I can't be in two places at once, and Carl isn't here, so I'm just trying to look inconspicuous.
Oh, I can definitely assist you.
Well, since you're here and Carl isn't, and I really want to get this solved, I will take you up on that. What I need is very technical. I can talk you through it remotely. I'm gonna head to the monitoring station. The first box we're looking for is over near UC Surplus. You know, Antonio's place. I can contact you once you get there.
All right. Because as a UC citizen, I feel that I should do everything I can to make every one of these places better.
Can you hear me? I think this is working. I only have a general view of things, but you should be near the first junction. That's it. Great job. So that tripped the secondary breaker, and that goes to... Oh, wow, really? They wired it like that? Jeez, okay. Okay, got it. Next one is way down past Jake's, and maybe up a story or two? It's a bit of a hike. Sorry.
Oh, it's fine. Kay's house.
Not sure if those rules still exist.
A friend of mine bought this.
Alright, Jake's place is just... And there's an apartment for sale up here, but I need to be a citizen to be able to buy this small apartment.
Alright, you should be near the next junction box. This section isn't used very much these days, so maybe a little harder to see. That's the one. Next one's not too far. Dead end, right down from Jake's. Right under that apartment they've been trying to sell. Good luck with that, right?
This will be entertaining.
You definitely know your way around the dog. Get special. Score another photograph.
Oof. Tough. A friend of mine told me you are looking to purchase a Model S. Is that true? Yes, my man. Those robots are so badass. I've got to make one. I gotta have one guarding my mansion, you know. How much you willing to? How much you selling them for? I have one. It's decommissioned, or it's a decommissioned unit that the Ecliptic were looking to get rid of. If you can pay in cash, we can make a sale. You do know it's illegal to buy these things, right? Yeah, I don't care. What's security gonna do when I unleash Big Bruno on them, huh? Yeah, I have the cash. Where do you live? Oh, you are not coming to where I live. Meet me behind Orion Tower at midnight in 2 days. Bring all the cash with you. I cannot stress that enough. No cash, no sale. Please know that I have contingencies for people who decide to be idiots. Yes, my man, 2 days! Best day of your life. Okay, that was cute, but you really need to come back immediately and give me my money. You are lucky that I'm willing to let you live after that. If you don't pay me or return the robot, I will kill you. I am not playing games. Whoa, you got toughed! You got toughed! You were all, hello, yes sir, do you have the money? Thank you, please. And I was like, here's your money, bam, bam, bam. Now I have Bruno. What are you gonna do? Go to the UC? Selling black market robots is illegal, idiot. You know what's funny? I do have the money. I keep it right next to my bed. Not that you'll ever know where it is. Bye! Are you out of your mind? Can you possibly be this stupid? You know who I bought that robot from? Do the words remote activation mean anything to you? Bring me my money immediately, or you will be dead in your apartment tonight. Toft. Yep, and that's Toph right there, dead, killed by the robot. But that also means over here, by the bed, I'm just snapping it. Did I steal? Yeah, I did. I suppose I stole. Yugawatt. That's his name, Yugawatt. Alright.
You should be near the next junction box. And if those squatters never cleared out, I would suggest avoiding eye contact. It should be fine. Another switch flipped, another lead to follow. And lights in here just flickered too. The wang is worse than I thought. I'm going to work on fixing that little issue while you find the next junction box. Looks like it's over near the Trade Authority. Okay, just find that and, maybe don't talk to anyone about it just yet.
Okay, here we go. The kids are different. Let's see, where are you? You're up there. Alright. So just have to go up and around.
Okay, the final box I need you to deal with should be right around there. Unfortunately, I just realized you're in for a real tangle of cabling. Like 200 years of build attempts to rewire things. I tried to fix it 3 years back and was crying by the second day. Gave up on the third. Anyway, there should be a series of secondary breakers you need to deal with before you can access the junction box. I don't remember the order, but flip levers until all those circuits are powered down. Wow, you got it. Really well done. You saved me like a week of work. Why didn't you meet me at the monitoring station, near where we met?
Alright. It should be fine, right? So, yeah.
because thank you. There's no way I could have done that in a reasonable amount of time all by myself.
Hey, I was happy to help.
Well, not everyone would be, and I appreciate it. Thanks to your help, I was able to trace the power drain. I know where it's coming from. Unfortunately, the source is exactly where I was afraid it was.
Oh?
The Trade Authority.
Ah.
So, that's something that I'll need to deal with. That'll be fun. If you want to tag along, I certainly wouldn't complain. But if not, then this is where we part ways.
No, I'll follow you over. It's all good. Whew. Definitely going to follow you over there. That way we can continue. Ooh, we just sort of follow along in our Starborn outfit. It's almost like an escort mission, except there's no threat. Hmm. I appreciate that the guards comment on my ship, or my armor, or my weapons. It's entertaining. Sometimes on some of the stuff I've done,
This was pretty low on the list of things I wanted to do today.
15-year-old Belowski. Really? Well, sorry about that, bot. You need to be reported.
So thanks to you, we've got evidence that the Trade Authority is behind the power drain being reported down here. I don't know if you ever dealt with the Trade Authority, but Zoe is intimidating. I have to go in there, but I really, really don't want to. You think you'd be willing to go with me? Just make sure this doesn't go badly?
I've got your back. Don't worry about it.
Thanks. That means a lot. I can do the talking, I think. Just be ready for, well, anything.
Alright, here we go.
You don't need to wear your helmet on this planet.
Visit from the past. How delightful. You'll have to remind me of it, dear. I'm afraid I can keep track of all the little work drugs.
I'm Luisa Reyes. Well, you know that, because I've been in here 3 times.
Yes, of course you are. And what was it you were accusing me of with absolute no evidence?
The power drain is coming from your building, Zoe. You and I both know it, and now I can prove it.
I'm sorry, what?
We traced the drain, checked the grid. It led us here. You can't talk your way out of this.
I'm going to ask you to wait here a moment. I'll be right back.
Oh, if someone has already reported that bot, why thank you. Thank you for if you have reported that bot for me. I was just attempting to report it and it said there was an internal error, so they have clearly already been reported and removed.
Okay,
so thank you.
Ready for anything. I don't know if she's going to come out of there with a gun or call in mercenaries or what.
Don't worry. Whatever happens, we're prepared to handle the situation.
I don't want this to turn out violent if we can avoid it, okay?
Hey, just relax. Everything is going to be fine.
Okay, you're probably right. Just need to breathe.
Well, Miss Reyes, I apologize for not taking this matter more seriously. I assure you I will eagerly assist in getting to
to the bottom of it. You are the bottom.
I appreciate your enthusiasm for your work, but I do a little more research before casting aspersions. Someone has indeed been using this location through which to route electrical power. It is not the Trade Authority. I've had my suspicions for a while, and have been keeping detailed notes, which I'm happy to share with you.
Oh.
For now, though, what do we do next?
Wait, what?
Oh, for heaven's sake. I presume you've been assisting Miss Reyes in tracking down this little problem. Well, clearly there's more work to be done. Why don't you continue the work you've been doing with an assurance that the Trade Authority will compensate you for your time? I'll coordinate things here with Miss Reyes. With Mast's access to the grid, we'll find out who did this soon enough. And why. Presumably, you're the one who's been doing the field work, so I believe you'll find there's another junction box out there in the well that needs your attention.
Okay, well, this is not how I saw this going. For the moment, let's assume this is all legitimate. I can sort out the details with Zoe. So why don't you go investigate the next junction box?
Alright.
We should have a talk. When you have the time, of course. Thanks for taking the time to talk. I wanted to ask you about the artifact you found on Vectera. When you pulled it from the rock, held it in your hands for the first time, how did you feel?
I had visions, heard sounds and music. It's difficult to describe.
No, I don't think you understand. I know about the visions, the light, and the music. How did you feel inside? What were your thoughts?
Oh. It was like being instantaneously pulled across the entire galaxy.
Oh my goodness. That must have been terrifying. When it comes to the artifacts, it never ceases to amaze me how the science, well, simply fails.
That's a bit of an understatement.
True. But hey, how else would you describe it? The artifacts are so different, so alien, and I'm certain one of them reached out and spoke to you. Quite the mystery.
Yeah, it definitely felt like it was trying to communicate.
Agreed. Unfortunately, there's no way that I know of to reply, and believe me, I've been trying to gather data on the damn things for years.
This whole experience must be incredibly frustrating.
Frustrating? No. Bewildering? Yes. It would be, oh, well, an explorer's dream to solve a mystery like this.
We will get to the bottom of this mystery together.
I knew I picked the right person for the job. Look, I wanted to thank you for taking the time to talk, and for keeping an open mind. And I also wanted to say, well, I'm pleased we're on this journey together. It's the best decision I've made in quite a long time. Even in the well, the Trade Authority continues to flourish. Oh, makes you sick, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What is a Balauco, though? See, you're right there. Alright. See, 15-year-old, I know what a 15-year-old is, but what is a Balauco? What is a Balauco? I have no idea. I do know for certain that if... Oh, wait a minute. It's only giving me one option, not two.
You should be getting
that
All
you
right.
provide updates for any
There it
suspicious
goes.
activity. Is that clear?
That's it, thanks. Let's just take a look here. Okay, you're going to want to head for box 45A. It should be near Apex Electronics.
You can't possibly be serious. Are you looking at the same diagram I am? 47B is obviously the next one. It's on the same level.
Zoe, I know how to read. Ignore her. Head for box 45A, okay?
Ooh. Honestly, they're not very far apart. Ah, you know, this Apex Electronics being the one that it's really wanting, that actually makes a certain degree of sense.
Thank you for trusting with a lifelong employee of Mass knows what she's talking about.
Oh, please.
I'm sure you can handle whatever challenge might be associated with reaching the box. You're doing great, and that was indeed the correct junction box. See that, Zoe?
Yes, fine. Let's move on.
Okay, just making sure you saw it. So, now things get interesting. I can't find the next spot on any of my current diagrams.
And I can begrudgingly confirm that she's reading them correctly. We've reached the conclusion that it must be somewhere on the surface, outside the well. Miss Reyes has suggested that this means it's somehow no longer her responsibility. I frankly don't care. I want to find this person.
And here's where I begrudgingly agree with Zoe. It's not technically my problem at this point, but I want to see what this trail leads. If you head topside, I'll pull the diagrams we'll need in contacting you.
Here we go. Also, I don't know.
Reyes is still collecting the necessary diagrams and blueprints to accurately assess the situation before she returns. I'm going to make you an offer. Whatever you find at the end of this path, you bring it to me first. I'll be certain that Mast gets what it needs, but I trade in valuable information. I suspect you're going to find some. I guarantee you the Trade Authority will pay well. Consider that as you head towards the residential district. We can't pinpoint the source yet, but it's somewhere over there.
There, see? That's what it was. They've got the eyelids, but they don't. But they're open. But until the eyelids actually render, the eyes look like don't look right. Once the eyeballs render and the eyelids render in, then it looks correct. That's all right. I'm sorry. I've been trying to figure out what that was, and what it was that was going on because it's been bothering me, and I finally figured out what it was. The eyelids are not rendering in.
Then I realized my tank's probably. I'm stuck.
Oh, man. I'm glad I identified what the issue is, though.
Feeling that bad. I have that report that's
So at that point, I don't know if it comes down to being a matter in regards to internet speed, or the fact that it's that I'm using the Game Pass game streaming service to play this. Because honestly, when the eyes are when everything renders properly, it looks fine.
That Barum Embassy building is such an eyesore. Why don't they just tear it down already? You don't say!
Is she gonna? Okay, there she went. She blinked. All right.
During the war?
And then once they start blinking, then it's fine.
The war, mind you. I just use it recreationally.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and it's military grade, so you know it's good.
Yeah. All right.
During the war, I didn't fight.
Well, that's unexpected. Powering down that junction doesn't show any other connections.
Clearly, the source must be inside that residential tower.
Yeah, that would make sense. You know, I think I remember seeing a report about power problems on one of the upper floors. I bet it's related. See,
Hmm. Ooh. Fun stuff. Oh. Let's go with you and you. And then that.
I'm hoping there was a good reason that was locked.
Oh, there was. So, looking at this ATM transaction fee, this has been adding a 0.001 transaction credit transaction on every transaction. And they have 305,326.13 saved up so far. My guys got creative with the rewiring. You should have all the juice you need to run the program non-stop. So stop messaging me and get to work. I expect my cut soon. And keep the damn door locked. Last thing we need is someone poking around. Even if Galbank notices the missing funds, they won't have a way to trace it. They'll call it a malfunction and wipe the records. Like they always do. Money's all digital anyway. They can literally just make as much as they want. And there's no one in here. Ooh. Here we are. Let's head back down and turn this in. I have a choice of who to bring it to. I can either give it to the woman I've been working with, who works for SysDef, or who is a lifelong maintenance person who's been tracking it, or I can give it to the Trade Authority, who are not necessarily on the up and up. Because at the end of the day, the Trade Authority is all about making as much money as possible. They're like, laws? What are laws? Unless you're, like, breaking a contract with them.
Dizzying career has her face off with the UC Spacers and leading an assault on Varun zealots. Although far-fetched, the book's already gained quite the following in the Freestar Collective and more than its share of controversy. One critic said, mechs are banned by the Armistice because of their unconscionable destructive power. Glorifying them is not only disrespectful to the many families who lost loved ones during the Colony War, it's also dangerous. Dangerous or not, rumor has it that at least 2 movie studios are in a bidding war for the rights to the book.
Ooh. Yeah. So... I'm just opening that briefly so I can get it marked on the map. Hello, people.
Everything good?
Yeah.
We're here to help.
Things are great.
You know you can't give Zoe anything, don't you? So you tracked it down. You've got something to show for it?
Yep, it's here you go.
Great. I'll get this back to Mass for analysis. I'm not stupid. I know Zoe probably made you an offer. I appreciate that you didn't take it. And I'm really glad we got to work together on this. Looks like maybe someone thought they could hack into Calibank's system. In fact, looks like maybe they did. Still want to claim you had nothing to do with this, Zoe?
My dear, why in the world would I want to break the law? And Galbank, no less. I do quite enough business with them as it is.
All right. Well, I'll have some people look over this. Maybe they'll be in touch.
I very much doubt that.
See you around.
So that resolves that.
It's cliche, but it's true. Everything has a price. And whatever it may be, I can afford it. Welcome to the Trade Authority. If you're here on legitimate business, I would be more than happy to help you. If, however, you are here under false pretense, say, sent by one Miss Tsang of UC Distribution, then I'm afraid you'll find nothing illegitimate here to report to her. And I'd ask that you pass along my request to stop these silly games. So, what'll it be?
Curses! You've blown my cover!
No one she's sent so far has had any hint of a sense of humor. So either she's getting craftier, or you're not working for her. Please, let me know if I can assist you further.
I'd like to see what you have for sale.
Be my guest.
So, there are some items I picked up, which I think... Oh, okay. Ah. Like that. I'm just taking a quick scan. Alright. Just seeing what may show up as stolen. I think that was all of them. Yes. Then I can come back. And then take them back. And this should result, if I am correct, it's no longer marked as stolen. That's something, isn't it? Now then, checking the resources. She doesn't have anything I'm particularly looking for. Well, I'll want that though. And the primers. Alright. So why are you all the way down here in the well?
We've been in New Atlantis for a very long time, before most things topside were built. With lots of infrastructure already in place, ample storage, and discreet access to the spaceport, it makes sense to stay. It's had the unintentional, but not unwelcome, side effect of weeding out people who can be timid about doing business.
So, what exactly do you do beyond trade?
I thought the name made it rather obvious.
in the settled systems. Whether it's bulk cargo, specialty items, or individual requests, we make sure things get where they need to go. We have shipping lanes across the settled systems and deal with nearly every major corporation and faction there is.
Alright.
Pleasure dealing with you.
And the Trade Authority also offers jobs.
I used to drink. Then, I met Jake. Now I don't. You might say he saved my life.
Jake runs a bar. Huh.
We run a number of... There's a lot of work that needs to be done in the well. A lot of people in need.
Who pays for all this?
We don't exactly pass around an offering plate, if that's what you're asking. But we do run mostly on donations. And as you might have guessed from the surroundings, we try and stretch those donations as far as we can.
So, can you tell me about the House of Enlightenment?
We started as an intellectual movement built around atheism. As our numbers increased, we began focusing on humanitarian efforts and showing what humanity can achieve when we work together.
Do you have any work?
Perfect. It just so happens there's a task I need help with right now.
Alright. That is a welcome coincidence.
Indeed. Sometimes it just works out that way. People with mutual interests seek each other out, and by working together, we achieve something greater than ourselves. As for the job, I need you to pick up a man named Tahir over at the medbay. He's recovering from some injuries and needs assistance getting back to his apartment. I'd like you to pick him up, grab a bite to eat, and take him home.
Yeah, I can do that.
Great. You'll find him over at the medbay. He's probably hungry, so after you pick him up, escort him over to Gaze. She should have a meal ready for him to take home. And thanks.
Definitely. Alright, I have not done... Alright.
If you're looking for a tracker, you've come to the right place. If not, well, I've got nothing.
Alright. I don't think I've done this side mission before, so yeah. I have missed this one previously.
Alright, Vala, you coming or not? This is the last time I'm gonna offer.
I don't need your help. I can walk home on my own.
Suit yourself, but if you get lost or end up in a cell, don't blame me. I tried to help. What?
Hey, you wouldn't happen to know where the soccer nets are? My apartment's in the same area. I had a bad case of brain fog. I can't seem to remember which way to go.
Oh, I heard you might be having trouble, and I'm here to take you home.
Really? Is this some sort of scam? I'll have you know, I got no creds.
Not a scam, just Andy Singh.
Andy Singh? Well, if I'm gonna owe anyone, I'd rather it be the house than the UC. Alright, you win. Seeing as I got no one else, might as well roll the dice with a stranger. So, go on, lead the way.
Well, first we're going to head over this way to Kay's house.
Everyone's welcome, so long as you keep your hands to yourself.
Hello.
Understand?
Definitely.
Now, do you know why this place has stood for so long? I make sure everyone's comfy. I tell it like it is, and I don't take any shit.
Andy Singh asked me to pick up a meal.
I've got it right here. Is this for you to hear?
Well, I don't have any credits, so...
It's for Tahir.
Then you're good. I already talked to Andy, and this one's on the house.
Thanks, Kay.
You're welcome, kid. It's just good to see you alive and well. You know,
There was a time when you'd be in here every night.
Things change, Kate.
I know. Believe me, I know. And I get it's hard to come out here, but just... don't be a stranger, okay?
I'm sorry. I'll try not to.
Good. I'm glad we got that sorted. Here's the soup. Be careful. It's a little hot.
Thank you. Alright, let's get you home. And you live over here by the soccer nets. So that should be just over this way.
I think I got them.
Peace through superior firepower, huh? Ooh. Ooh, that is cold.
Howdy.
Hi, mister.
I'm so tired. It's been a long week.
So, how long have you had health issues?
It's been about 2 years now. But don't get me wrong, I'm not fishing for a pity party. Everybody down here has problems. Some bigger than others.
Are you able to work with your condition?
In the past, I could deal with it, but pain just gets worse every year. So, I can't do any jobs that require a lot of standing, which is pretty much most jobs down here. But what can I do? If complaining fixed anything, the well wouldn't be what it is.
Oh, do you have any do you have issues with the UC?
Of course. It's because of them, the well is what it is. Whatever help they want to offer, I'm not taking.
So, do you want your soup now?
Let's wait till we get home. I'm still a little dizzy, to be honest. I'd probably drop it. Lead the way.
Boo! Did I scare you?
Ah, here we are. Home sweet home.
It certainly is.
At the end of the day, home is home, even if it's a bad one. But thanks for the help. I probably would have found it on my own, but it would have been a chore.
Before you go, here's your soup.
Oh, right, the soup from Kay's. Man, it's been a long time since I had a warm meal.
You seem to have fond memories of it.
You might say that. Before I got hurt, I used to stop by Kay's every night for a soup and a sandwich. It didn't matter how bad my day was, or how empty my pockets were. As long as I had my food and my beer, I'd be good. All that weight would just wash away. And to be honest, I haven't felt that feeling in ages. Until now. So, you doing this for me, it means a lot. Thanks.
It was nice meeting you.
Likewise. I don't have a lot of connections around here. Not anymore, anyway.
I appreciate meeting someone I can call a friend. Thanks.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, wow. That watch is super cool.
Thank you. Alright, so you're home.
Here we are. Home sweet home.
Oh, I know where that goes. Okay. At least I think I do. Hmm. Well, actually, no. I'm not sure. Huh.
Okay. Hello.
Alright, I want to check a thing. So what do you do here?
Why do you want to know? You with security?
That doesn't matter?
It matters if you're talking to me, hotshot. I'm not some goody two-shoes. Actually, maybe I've said too much already. Never mind. I actually am a goody two-shoes, okay?
Okay. Anything interesting going on?
Are you kidding? Take a look around. You're in the most boring place in the galaxy. Only good thing down here is Kay's house. Best cooking in the settled systems. And let me tell you, I know my food. But I can't even go there anymore because Kay banned me for bad behavior. Me? Can you believe that? What a load of crap!
I'm not sure I like your attitude.
Yeah, well, newsflash, buddy. I don't like anything about you either. In fact, I dislike you with such conviction that I'm inclined to fight you right now. What do you say we go 10 rounds? Right here, right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, luckily for you, I actually hurt my hand when I was punching some other assholes' lights out. Doc says it'll take a few weeks or months to heal. Yeah, we'll take a rain check. But once my hand heals, you're done for.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we still talking?
Wow. Wow, he was all like, yeah, we can go for the fist fight. Like, oh, okay. No, not really. Wow. that was not what I was. Okay, I was like, really? Let's do that one. And how about... Yeah, and I don't have the cargo space for that. Alright. That. Oh, man. Man.
Ready to lift off when you are, Captain.
Welcome to the Freestar Collective. Please maintain your current course while we scan your ship. Alright, that's it. You're clear to land.
Oh, we're delivering to the Wagner farm. Even better. The Wagner farm. Yes! I get to see the Wagner farm when it's not a matter of having to help them be run off. Or help them from being run off. Ooh.
Landing site locked. Take us in.
Whew. Okay. Well, taking a look around.
Wagner's are good folks. Honest.
Good to hear that.
If Whalen's cooking was a bit better, this place would be paradise.
Well. Hmm.
The crops aren't going to tend to themselves.
Just wanted to be of use is all. Had so much on your plate lately. Those fools that keep pestering me about selling the farm aren't making things easier.
Things can always get worse if you hurt yourself, Dad. Please, just let me and the farm hands handle things.
All right, all right. But you don't need to worry about me so much, child. We're Wagoners. We're tough as nails. Look at me. I'm fit as a fiddle.
Yeah, whatever you say, Dad. Wagoner or not, just don't overdo things until we can afford your treatment.
Well, our new fertilizer's doing wonders. The crops are really coming in this year. You're doing a fine job running this place. I feel we'll be flush with cash at the end of this harvest. I'm so proud of you, Michaela.
You've always been an optimist. Well, thanks, Dad. If I catch you working with that shovel again, I'm not going to be pleased.
All right, all right.
Don't get a lot of visitors to the farm. We're not exactly a tourist-friendly destination.
That's fine.
I don't mean to seem rude, but this ain't exactly the best time for visitors. If you're looking to buy the farm, it ain't for sale. If you're looking to sell something, I can't afford it. Now, if you don't mind, I got some problems I need to deal with.
I'm not here to buy or sell anything, but it sounds like you've got your...
No? Well, thank goodness for small favors, then. Seems like not a week goes by that someone isn't out here trying to talk me into something I don't want to do. You're welcome to have a look around. Just try not to get in anyone's way.
So what do you grow here?
Mainly grains and root vegetables. We rotate through a few different kinds. It's good for the soil. Also got some livestock and other animals, mainly to keep us fed. But we sell the extra meat and eggs when we've got them. Not much different from the other farms on Montero Luna, really.
So you've been farming long?
Since I was old enough to pick up a bucket, yeah. This farm's been in my family for generations. In fact, there have been Wagoners living on this farm almost as long as humans have been in the Cheyenne system.
I hope that things will stay that way.
They will. I won't let anyone take the farm from us. And I'm sure as hell not going to sell it either. This here is Wagoner Farm, and it'll always have a Wagoner in it.
Glad to hear.
That's it?
Yeah.
All right.
Have a good day. Or evening. Well. Poof. Let's head back over here to Alpha Centauri. And, yeah, stopping in New Atlantis.
let me know if we're going to head into the well, so I can watch your back.
Sure.
Cool space.
You'll be scanned as you enter the city. Please keep moving.
I like that. I do like that comment of cool spacesuit. Hello.
Hi there. Thanks for stopping in. Feel free to look around. I can take care of transactions, and if you've got questions, just ask.
Excellent. You know, you have a nice place here.
Thanks. It's hard work, but it all pays off in the end. And I can't take all the credit. Gerhardt, my business partner, he does so much of the work behind the scenes. If it weren't for him, I don't know where we'd be now.
I'd like to see what you have for sale.
Oh, please, take a look.
So, I'm checking the resources section, because that is one thing that I do need. And I'll know I need some adhesive in there at some point. And if they have sealant...
Appreciate the business.
And come in here to resources and move those over. All right. And then we're going to come over here to our outpost. First off, well, we'll start off with the basic one first. Ah, and that's where the iron is. All right. about the nickel? Oh. Alright, I can have two things for nickel going. And the cobalt. I got one for cobalt. Alright. So I need 25 power. We're getting things moving. It's just a step by step.
So, were you eating at the Sagebrook, or is it just a quick snap from the Terra Group?
Oh, could be either one. They're both good choices. Just depends on if you're after a snack or a good hearty steak with potatoes.
Be careful. Be scanned as you enter the city.
If you don't see that there's a bit more in the back, oh, please, take a look.
It's just on the off chance that you might have one of the other things I need. You do. That. I know you haven't had a real chance to get any of the other things I bought back.
Appreciate the business.
Selling art is a bit of an art itself.
No, no, not that one. It is Outlander. That's the one I need. Because they might have some of the pieces I need. Hello.
Well, you're only as safe as your equipment out there. I would never dream of selling substandard gear. Outland has standards, and I uphold them. Please do. I hope we have something that suits you. Get it?
Oh, you've got several of the things I need. Alright.
See you around.
But I suspect I'm too far to be able to just send them over to my ship. Yes, that would be the case. Oh. But
Private sector. Now that's where the real.
if I slow my walk down, they might have some of the things I'm looking for also. Huh.
It's a privilege to be able to work for the.
Welcome to UC Distribution. Something I can do for you?
Yes.
Oh, well, certainly.
I'm betting that you have some resources I could use. Like probably more aluminum. Among other things. All right.
You're always welcome back, if you don't mind a bit of a wait.
All right, I am seriously bogged down now, weight-wise. And the more weight I carry, the faster my oxygen goes down.
I know you think this is a joke of a job. Keeping the grounds immaculate, you take pride in it.
Nobody cares.
These greens are the heart of the commercial district. And if it's clean, it's thriving. So is New York.
I'm just here for the paycheck.
You'll come around. You'll see.
Oof. Now then. Let us see. Alright, moving that over. Coming back up and over. This should be fun. First bring a link to there, and bring a link to there. Interesting. Okay, lots of power there. Alright, that was a cobalt. I'm 1 power short? Really? Okay. That's the cobalt. That's the iron. That's the helium. Hmm. What are you doing? Got the iron. And the nickel extractor. Alright. So I'm producing 32 power and I need 30. So okay. And now I want to have. Do I have enough for any of these? I need lead. And aluminum. interesting possibilities. And since we are here,
There's got to be something useful out here.
definitely. There's always useful things. Just seeing what's sitting here first within the bounds of the settlement before I expand outward from there. Because, if we're being honest, it'd be helpful to know what's around, for starters, and be able to get as many resources as one can. And trying to have it as straightforward as possible, as well as productive as possible. Vanadium. Well, I've got one more thing to find. Because what am I looking for? Oh, copper. Okay, that's just going to be more stone. All right. Hmm. I know they're out and about, so it's all good. Whew. Hmm. There is actually a good reason to want to be also scan as I go along. A planet that has been fully scanned also produces more. Which is good to know. Oof. And that's also even before factoring in the any settlers you may send over. Hmm. Alright, let's check that one out. There's also a ship over there. I don't know whose ship. I don't know if they'll be friend or foe. It's fine. I know it's not my ship. Kafar. Alright, I'm curious. Yeah. Not gonna break in. Now, if it were like the pirates or something, that's a different equation at that point. I am not opposed to the idea of stealing a ship from pirates. A lot of nickel over here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is going to be a feature I already have. Hello.
I don't take photos of people. Sorry. Whoa! What the? Oh, you nearly scared me to death. I never encounter anyone while I'm out here.
Oh, how are you doing?
I take award-winning photos for a yearly calendar that my company publishes. It's a living. If you like this place, then you might also like the last place I was at.
Oh, thank you. So that should be that there that I'm after then. Good to know. And scaring the guy a little bit, I get it. He doesn't really ever really see anyone about when he's going around. It does make sense of why that might surprise him. Yeah, this feels a little up and above, but it's okay. If I fall from this height, I will likely get hurt. It's beautiful though, right? That low gravity, just hopping along, using the booster pack. I got about a half kilometer to go. And that is likely, and that's the second feature that I need to locate. Alright. Which is good to know. So that's going to get me fairly close to whatever that is. Iron meteorite. Alright. I now just have to find some copper, I think. It's a sludge pond and everything. Ooh, that has possibilities too. Alright, I just have to find the copper and then I'm good. plenty of nickel, but I did land in an area with nickel. That was on the list. So, oof. And that's going to tip it over. And this is a storm crater. Oof. With another sludge pool in there. Alright. They both led to the same setup, which is good to know. All right. Okay. All right, just a moment. I'll be right back, just facilities. Okay. Whew. Oh, I have a skill point I forgot to use. You know, looking at what I'm working on, either one of these would be a good choice, but the outpost engineering is definitely the one I want to further increase.
You'll be scanned as you enter the city. Please keep
Lodge. Hmm.
I don't mind bunking on the ship, but nothing is better than unwinding in your own quarters.
That is true. That is very true. Outpost. There's no more on the decorations table? Okay. Hmm. 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 Ooh, look at that. Quite a few things there. Hmm. Anything left on this one? I don't think there is. I do have to invest a bit more to get the horticulture stuff. I do have to pick that one up when I can. But it's okay. It is okay. Plenty to figure out along the way. Weapon bench. Hmm. Let's see. Alright. This is still early on to this universe. So not having all that I need right now is perfectly reasonable. Yeah, the Trade Authority is going to have some stuff, probably. Hmm. So let's go chat with them. And then go from there. plenty of stories down here.
My mother wanted me to be a doctor. A doctor? Mothers. Am I right?
The Trade Authority has access to goods and services no one. It's cliche, but it's true. Everything. Be my guest.
Alright, let's see. What do you got? Beryllium. Thank you.
The Trade Authority appreciates your visit.
Yeah.
Your file says you have a military background. Well, don't embarrass your old outfit.
Well, just that there should be more oversight. You going to sign?
Security sitting there whistling. This goes back up to the spaceport. The fact that it goes to the spaceport and it honestly tells me a lot about where many of the people that are in the well actually end up finding work.
Can I help you with something, my friend?
If you don't see what you want, feel free. Oh, please, take a look.
Viper's gonna be one of the things. Lead also. Alright. Eventually I'll need some of that zero wire also. And maybe some more structural material. And pigment.
Appreciate the business.
Yep, most welcome. Oof. Then hopping back over here. Oof. Got a lot of back and forth, right? I'm doing a lot of back and forth to get this initial setup over here. All right. No, right there. And I need a lot of aluminum. All right. All right, let's talk to Kenton and go from there. He needs more help with the tree. And I need a lot more aluminum. fine though, because I know where I can get more. I know where I can buy more aluminum. Do I have anything yet that will help me with the frostbite? No. Alright. That's fine. Because I'm only, what, 5 hours into this latest universe.
Oh, I was hoping we might run into one another again. Your timing is most fortuitous. I'm on the verge of something, but I don't quite have all the information I need.
Oh, I'm always eager to help, Kelton.
You have no idea how much I appreciate that. Truly. Of course, now that I understand more about what's going on, it seems plain as day. And yet I never would have imagined it before.
Oh?
The tertiary trunks have also liquefied their interiors, but they're not vibrating. I thought perhaps it was some sort of defect, but it's much simpler. They're listening.
I don't understand what that means.
It means it is ready to reproduce.
Oh.
I believe this tree is sending vibrations out over massive distances and expecting to detect sympathetic vibrations in return. As of yet, there's been no response. I suspect that will not change, that a response is impossible, and that's very, very bad news.
Well, clearly we have to do something fast.
My thoughts precisely. Now, as of yet, there has been no response, and clearly none of the nearby individuals are a correct match. While it can't be ruled out that the intended recipient of these messages was cut down during the city's expansion, there is one other possibility. Over 100 years ago, the United Colonies and the Freestar Collective emerged from the Narian War. As a gesture of peace and goodwill, a near-literal olive branch, one of the trees from New Atlantis, was offered to the leaders of Aquila City.
Didn't seem to help in the long run.
No, nor in the short run, as it turned out. Of course, you can't just uproot a native species and plunk it down on some other planet in a totally different environment and expect it to grow. Clearly, no exobotanists were consulted ahead of time. The end result was wholly predictable. The tree died within a few short years.
So it's a dead end, pardon the pun.
Clever, but no, not necessarily. The tree died, yes, but branches were kept. At least one still exists in the museum there in the city. If I had that branch, I could get DNA samples, and then using various data I've gathered, I could attempt to simulate a response. We could then broadcast that response and hopefully calm down our friend here. But, as I say, I need that branch.
I'll be back as soon as I can.
I knew you would understand. The museum in Aquila City is under the supervision of one Miss Castler, I'm told. I don't know anything about her, but hopefully she'll be willing to listen to reason and assist our cause. All right, off you go. We don't have any time to waste.
We will see. And we can hear the tree humming.
House of Enlightenment is organizing its annual charity auction for the widows and orphans of Crimson Fleet and Spacer violence. Last year, a private concert by
You're interrupting. All right.
70,000 credits. Mr. Singh said in an interview, although we can't expect a repeat of what happened with DeMille, we do ask that everyone open their hearts and their wallets for this worthy cause.
Well,
Jemison.
This
This
is
ship
Freestar
is starting
Space.
to feel like home.
Please hold your current speed and heading while we scan you for contraband. You're good to go. Have a nice time in Aquila City.
Thank you. Aquila City. A lot of possibilities.
Let's put this bird on the ground.
So this over here is like, yeah, because that's got the hold. And I definitely need to get some whew. Let's put, is it gonna work? And that's just saying it needs aluminum. So yeah, instead of placing a bunch of stuff, just one bed. A chair. The beginning process. Is it hovering a little bit? And I don't want it hovering. There. Are you hovering? Tad. All right. Oh, I see why it's so difficult. That wall is partially curving also. Well, no wonder I can't quite land up with it. Hmm. My difficulty makes sense now. All right. Hmm. Well then. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see. No, that one I think is a good choice right there. Hmm. Just like so. There it goes. Hmm. Well. Shouldn't be all that bad. Let's see, I just need... Not high chairs. I don't have the aluminum for those. Alright. I think all of these will be requiring aluminum. Hmm. It's okay though. Setting that up to be basically a crew quarter. Huh. Should prove to be interesting. Frostbite is improving. Oof.
Hold it. By order of Marshal Daniel Blake, I need to inform you we've got some trouble at Gal Bank. Folks might be in danger, so you may want to steer clear.
I'm guessing it's a bank robbery that went sideways, and now they've got hostages.
Good guess. It's pretty much exactly right. You didn't hear this from me, but things aren't going great. The Marshal could probably use a hand.
Yeah.
Sam has told me so many stories about Akila City. I feel as though I've lived here all my life.
At some point, you find someone we can trust, and maybe we will.
Like who?
Not you, not one of your rangers, and not these city guards neither.
Well, I'm gonna quick save. There we go. Let's lend a hand.
You need to stand back now.
Sounds like you could use some help.
I don't mean to be rude, but I don't know you. Now please, stand back.
There are lives at stake. Let me help.
I wish I could say you were wrong, but I'm backed into a corner here. Some folks from the Shaw gang tried to rob the place, but they got spotted by a guard. They took everyone inside hostage, and now they're keeping a watch so we can't move against them. They're using the intercom to communicate.
They must have demands by now.
They won't talk to me. Say they don't trust the badge. They want a neutral negotiator. In other words, they didn't have a plan for this, so they're stalling while they come up with one.
Maybe I could talk some sense into them.
All right, I'm willing to allow that. But a few things first. Say what you have to, but whatever they ask for, there's no way in hell I'm giving it to them. Also, there are lives at stake, so don't get cavalier. Find out what they want, and then report back to me.
I sincerely hope you know what you're doing.
Turn the bank here is a joke.
Sending in a negotiator, so don't shoot. Hands where I can see him, and don't try nothing.
Seems you got a little excited.
Oh, this will be fun.
You do not want to go outside the city walls. The Ashta will rip you apart.
You're the negotiator, huh? If you think you're just gonna walk up here and get us to surrender, you're dead wrong.
This only works. Let's see. Well, first, I'd like to know who I'm talking to. What's your name?
It's Jed. Jed Bullet.
Good to meet you, Jed. I'm Barnabas Thornton.
Well, ain't you polite? So tell me, stranger, how do I know you're gonna deal straight with us?
I'll give you my word, Jed. I just want to help.
I don't know you, so why should your word mean anything to me?
I'm sure you'd rather be somewhere else than stuck in a bank. I'm sure you're ready for a change of scenery by now.
I'm so ready to get out of here.
Don't you just want to get out of there?
Oh, shit. You're not wrong. We're crawling up the walls in here. Okay, I can see you're not just the marshal's tool. You want what we want. A nice, happy ending where nobody gets hurt. So let's talk.
No. So tell me your demands.
We want to guarantee a safe passage to the spaceport and a ship. We'll drop the hostages off somewhere safe in the system. After that, we'll radio back where they are, and the marshal and his crew can come and get them. But if anybody follows us when we break orbit, we start shooting people. Got it?
It could take a while to get you a ship.
Oh, hell, the Freestar Rangers have got ships. They can give us one of them. This whole damn job's gone wrong. It was supposed to be just a quick hit. Clean and simple, you know? So let's all try to keep our heads, yeah? Because my guys, they're going crazy in here. I don't know how much longer we can last.
You don't want to do this, but you can still do the right thing.
What? Guess you're right. Nobody's been hurt. So maybe the judge won't come down too hard on us. Yeah. I think this has gone on long enough. You go tell the marshal we'll come quietly.
Well done back there. As representatives of Constellation, avoiding conflict is what we should always be striving to achieve. There's something I need to talk to you about.
Oh, let me get to the marshal first, and then we can chat.
Quite a spectacle, isn't it?
The Shaw gang's making fools. What's the word?
It's over. They agreed to come quietly.
Well, I'll be a son of an Ashta. How'd you pull that off?
I convinced them it was the right thing to do.
Considering those are Shaw's people, that's damn near a miracle. Here, you've more than earned this. You got us out of a tough spot, and you did it with courage that's not common. As a matter of fact, you might just be Freestar Ranger material. If you're interested, head on over to the Rock and ask for Emma Wilcox. She handles the new recruits.
All right, Sarah.
Remember our last conversation? When you told me the artifacts made you feel like you were being pulled across the entire galaxy.
Yes.
Well, it got me thinking. So I dove into our archives and started looking through Constellation's older journal entries. Just because I wasn't familiar with the experience doesn't mean the same might have been true for my predecessor.
So you never mentioned your predecessor before.
They were more really. I'm surprised that I haven't. After reading those journals, all of the pleasant memories of my time spent with Aja just started flooding back.
I feel like we're making some good memories of our own.
Oh yes, absolutely. I didn't mean to compare. Those were just, oh, I don't know, different times. Aja was the one that taught me the ropes at Constellation and took me under her wing as her protege.
So the rookie being paired with the chair. Sounds awfully familiar.
Hey, so I pinched a few ideas from my old boss. Can you blame me? At any rate, we logged quite a few discoveries together, but it was the actual journey that I cherished the most.
I can relate to that.
Exactly. For me, it was all about the quieter moments. There was nothing quite like sitting back and watching space bend while listening to Aja spin vivid stories to fill the time. Oh, I find that sort of cozy isolation the best way to really get to know someone.
So I've noticed.
I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you. You know, all this talk about Aja reminds me that my time with her was a gift. I miss her dearly.
Oh, is she dead?
No, she retired. Living on Porima 2 now, I think. Come to think of it, if we're ever out that far, perhaps we could pay her a visit, and I could make proper introductions.
I'll do my best to make our, so. I'll do the best I can to make our journey just as pleasant.
Well, I don't expect you to be a carbon copy of Aja. Just be yourself. You see, it's clear that we share the same hunger to discover what's out there. And that, well, that's what intrigues me about you.
I'd like to discover more about what we have right here. See, I'm totally going to flirt with her this time.
I don't know if I deserve to be that close to anyone right now. If you knew about the things that I've done, the way my life's unfolded, I think your opinion of me might change. Please, give me some time. I have to go.
Oh, I startled her. I threw her off pace. I flirted. Alright.
I get all kinds in here. Rangers, traders, locals, tourists. Take a look around. Take a gander.
Now you've got resources that I will probably need, like some of that. Definitely need the aluminum. Oh, you've got a bunch of stuff I need. Alright. Whew. I believe you've got some ammo.
Sure, Lou. If you're looking for a weapon, I've got you covered. Don't make me regret this now.
I'll need those eventually too. Alright. Chunks. Chunks. Chunky chunk chunk. Ooh, they're building something there.
So you want to come here for a half day? Full day?
A half day. I talked with Miss Kassler, and she'll give a full guided tour.
I mean, no offense, but isn't it a bit small? And there's not as many attractions as I'd like.
Miss Kassler built this whole thing off donations and what she could throw together. It's not like Akila's swimming in museums here.
Fine. But I want your class to write an essay about what they learned.
I was planning on that, ma'am.
The museum is
quaint.
Welcome to the Co-Heritage Museum. I offer a brief tour and I'm happy to discuss the city's history as well. Hi. Please feel free to have a look around. It's the reason I started this place.
I'd like to talk to you about a tree branch.
That is not something I expected to hear today. I assume you're somehow associated with the United Colonies? I've received some odd messages of late.
What sort of messages have you received?
Several that bordered on being incomprehensible. Honestly, I thought it was some kind of strange prank until now. A bunch of gibberish about dire consequences and frequency modulation and genetic reconstruction.
Hello, I'm streaming, but hi.
I'm going out to buy
Well,
food.
I'm
Will you
afraid
eat?
you've wasted
Yeah.
your time because I'm not authorized
I'll
nor
eat.
particularly inclined to release any of our pieces. That
You have
includes
a
100-year-old
computer,
tree branches.
a phone.
Sorry, but it's
Oh, the phone's what I'm using to actually film the because I cannot stream it directly from my console, the phone is being a camera so that I can actually stream the game I'm playing.
All right.
I have artifacts that date all the way back to the. Everything you see here is.
Sorry, I just had to explain what what my setup is. That branch is a I can be very annoying when I need to be. If you don't give me that branch, I won't stop asking for it.
Handing over that branch is starting to look pretty good.
I'll bring it back when I'm done with it, and I'll make sure no damage is done to it.
I guess it couldn't hurt.
I know you'd like to help me if you could.
I'm glad you understand the position I'm in here. I can't believe I'm doing this. Please return it in one piece. You better not be hustling me here.
So I travel a lot. I can keep an eye out for things for your museum.
There are some things I would kill to have. Wait, not literally. But I would pay a lot for. You see, the Coe family lost a treasure trove of old historic documents ages ago. And those documents would be priceless to have here.
I can see why you would want them for your museum.
Their absence pains me. Jacob Coe and I have talked at length, and his great-grandfather was a troubled man. He sold off various historic documents to cover debts. They could be anywhere. If you find any of that trove of documents, I will pay dearly for it.
I'll keep an eye out for them.
Thank you. Think of the future generations that could benefit from seeing such important history.
So can you tell me more about Solomon Coe?
Most people know Solomon Coe as the founder of Aquila City and the father of the Freestar Collective. He was an astrophysicist who lived on Earth in a place called Wyoming. Solomon was born around the time people first started living in space. Later in life, he designed starships, and when Earth was in peril, those ships helped to save humanity by taking them to new homes in the stars.
I find stories of the early pioneers fascinating.
The bravery and heroism it took to save humanity. Goosebumps. During the Great Exodus, Solomon came to this world. He named our star Cheyenne, which was also a place on Earth, and gave Aquila its name too. He and some others built the settlement that would go on to become Aquila City, and his descendants still live here today.
Can you tell me more about Aquila City's history?
Aquila City was founded over 150 years ago by Solomon Coe, a scientist and explorer from Earth. Along with other settlers, Coe built the structures you see in the part of the city we call the core. Those proud buildings still stand today. The planet was dangerous, so they built a wall around their settlement. Eventually, they ran out of space and started building outside the wall.
Well, what happened after that?
There were so many buildings that they had to build another, larger wall, forming a second outer ring around the growing city. Of course, the city didn't stop growing, and before long, the third wall, the outer wall you see today, was constructed. Today, Aquila City is the proud capital of the Freestar Collective, and the Council of Governors continues to meet here when they need to.
And how's the museum going?
Very well. People are proud of their history here, so we get more visitors than I was expecting. So it gets pretty busy here, especially with school field trips. The museum is always open to you.
Well, it is definitely a small museum. A few displays. But I see they have pedestals for the stuff I might find as I go along. Good to know. Now then, I need... There's another shopping truck that I need to find. I know it's around, I just have to locate it. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's that one.
Trouble looms on scattered farms throughout the Freestar Collective. There are unconfirmed reports of farmers being targeted by an unknown group or gang whose motives are unclear. Although we have not been able to track down specifics, it's clear that someone is preying on them. The Freestar Ranger said this matter is under active investigation, and any leads should be reported to them.
Experiencing high wrath feels exactly like walking through maple syrup.
Might want to steer clear of the stretch. Lots of crime over there.
Thanks for the heads up.
Not enough to do. Damn trader drones been hounding my regular customers. Frankly, persuade me to sell. Ask anyone. Midtown Minerals is a glass joint.
How's business going for you?
Lousy. To put it bluntly, the trade authority is muscling in on my business. So far, I've kept them at bay, but they've been stepping up their game lately. They got all their tricks: intimidation, extortion, bribery, blackmail. Nothing's off the table. Of course, everyone turns a blind eye as long as the Council of Governors finds their services useful. So, I'm on my own. But that's my problem, not yours. Plenty to look at.
Well, aluminum. So many. Oof. the last bit there.
Let me know if you need anything. You meet all sorts in Aquila City.
Well, huh. Interesting. I just need 3 neon.
Aquila's one of the oldest cities in settled systems.
The following is a public service message to anyone residing in or visiting United Colony systems. The terrormorph threat is real. If encountered, these alien predators should be avoided at all costs. Do not attempt to engage. Report any sightings immediately to United Colony's authorities. Seek shelter and wait for a Marine detachment to jump in and eliminate the threat.
Well, alright, coming back over here to Zamka Outpost. Should be good.
Levels look good. Suit integrity normal. I think this place is worth the trouble.
Oh. Let's see, we're not on the first off. That is for starters. So it looks like it'd be intersecting the rocks. Oh, wait a minute. I can put it there. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Okay. Yes, that looks like it works okay. Alright. All the aluminum I had, I just went through. Hmm. All right, here we are. I'm just realizing I've been silent a long time. I just wasn't thinking. Actually, it's just my brain's like, focus, focus, focus. So yeah, sorry about the long quiet there. Oof. Yeah, that's the 6 hour mark, isn't it? Mm. Hmm. So yeah. A bunch of stuff down here that is basically going to be being set up. And very much a work in progress. Hmm. Hmm. All right, time to head back over here. Deal with the thing with the tree. And go from there. Let's see how it goes. Hmm.
A modern city with walls. Quite a throwback, wouldn't you agree?
I thought I was supposed to be... Oh, I see what's going on. Wrong mission. My own darn fault for not double checking. Hmm. Wow.
A ship like yours has scary written all over it. Keep this stay short, okay?
But I'm looking to become a permanent resident of this fine city of yours.
Mark my words. Someday I'll be running the Office of Interstellar Affairs.
Miss Castler in Aquila City?
She wants it back when you're done with it.
Yes, yes, of course. I will see that it is returned to her in one piece. Well, perhaps minus a few shavings. Now, I just need a moment to analyze this and synthesize an audio response to our friend here. Right, so we'll feed in a sample. Now the program will incorporate the genetic and chemical makeup of the sample, extrapolating the size and structure of the original tree. This was put together rather hastily, so complete accuracy is impossible. I hope it's enough. There it is. Our best hope for a positive solution to this mess. So, we now have a simulated response to our tree. All that's left is to play it.
Well, so how do we play this?
An excellent question. I have been wondering myself. I've been forced to listen to this SSNN kiosk chatter incessantly this entire time. I think it could be put to better use. We don't have time to go through the proper channels, but if you can find a terminal and get this uploaded into their system, it might do the trick.
I'll take care of it.
I have no doubt that you will.
Boy.
SSNN correspondent Nora Vasquez on the ground in Aquila City has reported an increase in attacks by the Shaw Gang. The notorious bandit gang, reportedly based out of the wild somewhere outside the city, has thus far eluded capture by the Freestar Rangers. Members of the gang continue to infiltrate the city, harassing, robbing, and in one instance even murdering one of the residents. The Freestar Rangers have so far refused to comment to SSNN on what steps, if any, are being taken to secure Aquila City. Should any United Colony citizens need to venture to the capital of Freestar Collective Space, remain extra vigilant.
Oh, I know where they are. We've been there though, right?
Something to report?
Oh, so many possibilities. So many possibilities. But we are nearly done with the tree. So I am these odd things where it doesn't quite add up and there's clear signs of the graphics being a little bit off here and there. I don't think that's the fault of the game. I think that's basically an aspect of me playing it via game streaming. I would argue they just need to improve the system.
You have another story talk and get paid. I spread the news. It's a classic win-win.
I have information about the gold bank robbery at Aquila City.
You certainly get around. I'm surprised that branch has any customers left, the number of times it's been held up. But I thought the Rangers had finally managed to get a handle on it. I heard there was a standoff. That true?
My first time there, too. Welcome to Aquila City. Don't mind the robbery. Yeah, there was a standoff, all right.
I'd say I'm surprised, but this is my total lack of surprise face. What happened to the robbers? The Shaw Gang?
I negotiated with the gang and talked them down.
You did what? I mean, you're well spoken, but a hostage negotiator? I'll do some research and make sure that checks out. These things are often messy Any customers or Galbank staff get hurt?
Thankfully, there were no casualties, not even any injuries I know of.
That's really good news. Usually, well, it's a different kind of story. You were there. You were involved in resolving it. Any comment on the Freestar Rangers? Having another high-profile robbery in their own backyard is a bit of a black eye.
Desperate people do desperate things. The Rangers kept it from turning into a massacre.
Huh. That's really good to know. Stories like this always fire up public outrage and appetite. Thanks for the interview. And take this.
Yeah, it was. So I'm saying she was not an option this time because I have not brought her enough stories yet for her to be available for that.
Is there a type of weapon covered?
They'll have our payment ready soon.
No, they'll be late.
It's a matter of...
Definitely interesting.
He's quite something, our Bobby, isn't he?
Oh,
I believe the UC just wrote us off like that.
Hey, it's you again.
yeah. Hey, Bobby, I see you've met. I see. Hope you're holding up.
I'm great, actually. These are my parents. I told everyone they just got on a different shuttle, but nobody would listen. We're just exploring New Atlantis. We have a new apartment. This place is amazing. Anyway, it was nice to see you again. Maybe I'll see you around. And don't forget my birthday. It's June 11th.
So I don't know what that is actually will do. For because I don't.
Having a good one?
June 11th, 6/11 maybe? I don't know.
If I move back to Neon, I will see New Atlantis go crazy.
We've done it! I'm already seeing reductions in the strength of the vibrations. The tree is calming down. I can hardly believe that word.
So what happens now?
I don't know. We've been in uncharted territory this whole time. That doesn't stop now. With the immediate crisis hopefully over, I can slow down and review everything we've learned. And certainly I'll be keeping a much closer eye on our friend going forward. And you have saved this tree and advanced our scientific knowledge of our environment. Noble work across the board. You have my gratitude and that of every citizen in New Atlantis, though they don't know it.
There we are. Whew. I believe that'd be my next step. But I am going to save. And I believe I'm going to call it here because I believe I've got food showing up. And it's probably better if I don't eat at the same time or eat it while I'm streaming. So I do intend to be back later. So have a fantastic day if I'm not. And I will see you I will see you either tomorrow or later today. So have a fantastic day and continue to be awesome.